All right, so the first thing I want to do, actually, right, and I might have mentioned it slightly yesterday because I recognize the article here, or not the article, but the favicon. We're going to be using Slidev, which is by Anthony Fu from 2020. Pretty cool. It's got some really interesting features. So let's get started. And yeah, real quick. So it would be really cool if you could write a fast test script that stays in the repo, so you can basically run a test back in time to before it was written. Interesting. Yeah, right? Like maybe if you stored it as a patch and then applied the patch to each branch, right? Of just like adding the test. But it would fail if that file didn't exist or something. Maybe, I don't know. Curious, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought about that, really. All right, we are live over there. Yep. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Twofuls. But, like, you know, what if you're trying to go back to before you had that stuff set up? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Right? Like, you know, you switch to a different test runner or something. That could be weird. Yeah, I don't know. And so 4-wheel, what do you mean by for what operating system? Do you mean for the slide presentation thing? Oh, for his question. Okay, just making sure. All right, let's pop open a lemonade. And yeah, we're going to get started with Slidev. I am not an expert with it yet. I have recently started using it for some of the draft things that I do at work. Right? So basically, my new role is focused on content creation. For longer form videos, like, 10 to 20 minutes, my process is basically create the slide presentation for it, do a rough draft recording of me presenting, next to the slide presentation, solicit feedback, etc., then write the blog post for it to help, really dig into my thoughts and ideas about it, and then from there, make a proper, recorded video using my nice camera and all that stuff, right? So that's going to be basically my process for, I think, most videos I'm going to do going forward anyway, because if I can turn it into a good slide presentation that's entertaining, I can propose it for conference talks and stuff too, right? And, even for my own content, I typically want to make blog posts related to any video I make anyway. So I'm going to go through this process of just general content creation for pretty much everything now. The thing we're going to be presenting about today, or making a presentation for, is going to be about the OpenTelemetry stuff that we've been working on for the past week or so. Ooh, and Twofuls. Yeah, check out what 4-wheel Gator's talking about. Maybe, depending on your operating system, there might be something that does exactly what you're looking for. Yeah. Alrighty, so let's get this lemonade poured. And we are going to get SlideDev installed and set up for a basic talk that will eventually turn into a rough draft video presentation that will eventually turn into a blog post that will eventually turn into a proper video. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What are y'all up to? Super long weekend is always nice. Yeah, I don't think we observe any of these for like work holidays. Yep, no worries, Seb. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, public holidays on Friday and Monday where you're at. Interesting. Do you mind saying where that is? Germany. Interesting. I don't think I would have realized that. You guys have Friday and Monday too? Interesting. Yeah, company I work for, I don't think these are official holidays, but we take other holidays. So I think just depending on how you do it, there's going to be like a set number that most things, like most companies observe. And I think we probably do Juneteenth. I'd have to look. So yeah, I think more inclusive holidays, less denominational. Which makes sense. Just depends on the companies, though. Where you're at, companies have to. Oh, so it's like a federal holiday. Oh. Okay. And I know federal is like, you know, somewhat different, but I just mean like countrywide. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Romix. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, so Solthoth, you're working on some E2E tests for an API you're writing in Go. I always find that interesting. When you say E2E test, it's basically just an integration test, isn't it? You're going to sleep? No worries, Twofuls. Thanks for hanging out. But technically, it's the end of where the API starts and stops. Right? No, so because it's completely subjective. Right? Does your API live in a vacuum, or is there a front end for it? Right? The front end for it would be part of like the end-to-end part. Whereas something that's doing just the endpoint testing of your API, I would actually consider more of an integration test. But it is end-to-end from the perspective of the API, right? It's, you know, the boundaries of where the API starts and stops. So I get that, right? End-to-end makes sense. So I think one big aspect of it is... wait, what does RU mean right there? Real user end-to-end test. Right, exactly. But it is an end-to-end test from maybe the perspective of the front end that has to consume it. It's the back end's end-to-end test, right? So again, it's like a fuzzy term, and I don't think there's any like any wrong way of phrasing it. I just think more depends on where you work, like front end, back end, full stack, or whatever, that really determines your definition of it, right? Ooh. Come on, bot. All right, I'm gonna have to refresh the bot. Give me a sec. It might have hit my my billing. That's possible, because there's a billing limit they let you set, which is nice. That was amazing. Oh my god, Dan is bored. I'm downloading that one right now. If you end up wanting it, just let me know. That one's good. That one's real good. Yeah, if you send me a message over on Discord, I can send you that audio clip. That is a top 10 for sure. Ooh, this is your second one too, though. Yeah, I feel like your previous one wasn't that good. Yeah, that one was solid. Taco Bandits is my favorite so far. That one I think is right up there as number 2. All right, so we're gonna head into here. We're gonna create the slide as part of the mono repo. Yeah. He had a blog post the other day about like some of the things he's made. I think he made Veet as well, right? And then passed it off to Evan, right? But basically, that's how I discovered SlideDev. I feel like I've seen it before and then, you know, didn't think about it. And then recently saw his post about like the things he's made, etc., in open source. And SlideDev being in that list inspired me to check it out. Because installing Pandoc and doing the Reveal.js presentations, they're nice. It's pretty cool, but I've been doing that style of presentation for like 6 years now. I should probably update. Oh, V-Test, not Veet. That was it. Yeah, my bad. Thank you for the correction. All right, project name, not SlideDev. This is Slides. Install and start with npm. I should probably update pnpm here soon. But yeah, SlideDev has some really cool stuff. Like you can even get like individual like embedded editors by using Monaco, which is what powers VS Code, if you didn't know that. Uno CSS is definitely way embedded into this. Yeah. Right? This is Uno CSS based. What is PNPM? It's like NPM or Yarn or whatever, except it is very good at caching things, right? It has like a global cache and even like a monorepo cache and some of that stuff. And some of the things it does to parallelize things makes it really fast. If you follow Theo, he's actually on their main website. Yeah, it's really good at caching. I think the monorepo stuff is the main reason I pick it, because I just like the way that it does monorepos. So yeah, right? Theo's video is like the marquee, like, hey, we made it, according to PNPM. I'd love to see like their star stuff, right? Like, did his video really like send it through the moon? I'm pretty sure I was using it before he made that video, but again, he probably gave it a lot of publicity. Well, that's not good. Mess that up anyway. Well, that's not good. Let's just update and see if that helps. Let's double check that. All right. I'm wondering if SlideDev really doesn't like being part of a monorepo. That could be part of it. Because, yeah, we're still getting those errors. No, we're not getting those errors. Oh. Oh. Okay, so it was a PNPM version issue. Oh. I feel like I have not ran into those types of PNPM versioning issues for a long time. Yeah, that was tricky. But yeah, just keep your PNPM up to date and you're good to go. Oh, here's another one that I think is really cool. I just discovered it the other day. Here we go. This one. So it's mise en place or place or something, I think. Yeah, hold up. Where's their website for it? Here it is. So yeah, if you're using something like NVM to switch your node versions, you might consider checking out Mise. Mise en place, or Mise en place. The interesting part about it is it's very much like project specific. So you're going to basically initialize a Mise file within your project's folder. And then when you switch into that, Mise will switch to the version of Node or PNPM or whatever that you have installed within it. And it's more than just that. It basically uses ASDF plugins under the hood. So if you've never heard of ASDF, ASDF is useful for Python, like Go versions, like all sorts of stuff. It's like an every language tool rather than language specific tools like, like NVM, right? So it's pretty cool. Yeah, ASDF is for everything. Mise actually wraps ASDF and gives you some of that like dir-env functionality as well. Like it's really, really good. Yeah, at the company I was at previously, Fairwinds, they used ASDF quite a bit. They also used dir-env. I think Mise would actually be something they should probably pivot to. It's really good, right? So it replaces tools like ASDF, NVM, PyEnv, RBEnv, all of it, right? But it still uses ASDF plugins, which is really useful. Yeah, no worries. Yep, so Mise is inspired by ASDF, and it uses the entire plugin ecosystem under the hood. But it's much faster, and theoretically has a better experience. Let's actually look at the comparison here. It's a drop-in replacement. It supports the same tool versions files that you might be used to. It will not reuse existing ASDF directories, though. And 100% compatibility is not a design goal. So yeah, the environments and tasks are major portions of Mise that have no ASDF equivalent. So let's check that out, see what that even means. Right, you're going to have a Mise toml file. You're going to, right, environment variables can be set within it, much like dir-env would do. Sure. Okay. Wait, what is paranoid? So paranoid locks things down more, right? Prevents a bad actor from compromising your system, theoretically. So this person doesn't personally use it because they find it too restrictive. However, you might want to use it if you're that paranoid. So I like that. It's something that the creator of Mise doesn't use, but they'll be damned if they're not going to like add something that their community wanted, which is kind of cool. Yeah, the XZ stuff. Yep. Yeah, this seems really useful. Okay, here we go, backends. So ASDF by default, but also they're integrating Cargo, Go, NPM. Huh. And then, yeah, tasks. I'm curious what these mean. Okay. So it's almost really similar to how Turbo Build, or Turbo Repo, sorry, kind of does like their task stuff as well. So this kind of like jumps in and does monorepo type stuff as well. Seems really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have it on this Mac Mini. The next machine I get, I will most likely be using it. Currently, what I have works. And I don't find myself switching node versions that much on my personal projects. But man, yeah, replacing some of the, Python stuff sounds pretty good to me. Right? Replacing the need for RB, env, for Ruby stuff sounds pretty good to me. Okay. So let's let's get back to this. FNM, so fast node manager or whatever, and I'm guessing it's like node specific. Been using Nix. Yeah, that makes sense, LG. Yeah, Nix is another tool that I think is really useful too. So yeah, it's an NVM replacement. Yep. So fast node manager or whatever. I get it. Yeah. I agree. It sounds cool. Mies is very similar in that regard, I think. So yeah, Nix versus Mies. I'm sure there's like, there's like a good Venn diagram, and the two circles probably overlap quite a bit, but I bet there's still stuff like on the outside for each one that the other's not trying to do. I'd love to see a comparison and Venn diagram of those things. That'd be really nifty. I do remember being on a call with Dylan Mulroy and Nix giving him trouble, right? Or technically just he had a new machine and it wasn't set up in the way he was expecting. Or he was getting it set up, but he didn't have it like to feature parity of his previous machine. So I get that. That makes sense to me. Right, so Nix has a learning period for sure. Pretty solid once you start thinking in terms of Nix. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I think one big use case or feature for it would basically be if you have a good Nix environment set up, migrating it to another machine should be really easy, right? Replit uses Nix? Okay. Yeah, Volta is another one I've heard of. I haven't used Volta myself. It was one of the things I was looking at when I was looking at Mies. Yeah, you would just git clone your Nix stuff and then rebuild your entire dev environment, right? That sounds really cool. And theoretically with Mies, if it's part of your repo and you have different versions in that repo compared to other things, it's also just part of the clone and then like Mies setup or install or whatever. I think technically once you just cd into the folder, it does it if you have Mies installed already, right? Which is interesting. So yeah, I think they both focus on that. What I'm wondering though is like, not just like repo specific, but I mean like entire like global setup. And I think Next really solves that in a way that most people have done like Ansible in the past. So that becomes interesting. And I think that's maybe the thing that's outside the scope of Mies. CorePack is awesome. Yeah, I haven't used CorePack enough. I think the big thing, though, there, Crimson, is that ends up being just Node.js specific, when instead I want something that is every language in a way that, like, ASDF works, right? Because then you just have one tool. And I believe Nix is, like, a similar kind of thing. I do like using package.json's, like, engines to at least, like, document the versions that you're supporting. That's really useful anyway. Right? Even if you're not using it as like automatically install things, just documenting which versions of Node you support with your application is huge. Right? Now, typically, you'll also want to surface that into your README and stuff, but if it's at least in your package.json, it's somewhere. That was one of the things I did like first when I started at Fairwinds. Hey, we don't have our engines actually listed in the package.json. You know? Let's do that. I ran into issues getting things installed that other people either didn't have or they forgot they were dealing with. I added that to the README. My number one favorite thing to do for onboarding a new dev onto my teams or onboarding new onto someone else's like dev team is actually try and get things set up without any direction, right? Here's the repo, here's the README. Go through the steps, and your first PR is typically improving that README because something was missing. It's a really quick and easy win of someone evaluating your README file because it's very easy to get out of date. And then all of a sudden, they get their first PR like within a day, right? So you're like getting that ball rolling of, you know, contribution. So I really enjoy that as being part of the process, right? You need to go evaluate this without any help. If you run into issues, number one, we can help resolve it. And number two, it is your responsibility to help add to the README to make sure the person after you doesn't have that problem. And it's not like you're going to catch everything when a new person joins your team, but you're at least like, you know, popping those balloons till there's no balloons left. Eventually. There's always going to be a new balloon or whatever. But if you can keep popping balloons as a new person joins the team, it just improves like the experience of onboarding. And I don't know where that analogy of popping the balloons came from, but I think it works. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things, for sure. If I'm onboarding onto a new dev team, I will evaluate that README. If it's missing stuff, boom, that's my first PR. It's easy, right? And then, yeah, onboarding a new dev onto the team helps me recognize, like, especially if I created the project, right? If I greenfielded the entire thing, I scaffolded it out, and I started just, you know, like the initial README is all me, right? I don't know what I'm glossing over because I'm like intimately familiar with it. Whereas instead, like, yeah, someone else can actually show where your blind spots are that you're not realizing because you're used to it. Yeah, that tunnel vision, exactly, right? If you're the person that did all of it, you definitely have internal knowledge that you don't think is internal. You're making assumptions, etc. And then onboarding someone new without your input, just the README itself, helps call out where those blind spots are and the assumptions that you made. So yeah, it's really useful. I love that practice. You're onboarding 3 new SREs soon. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let me know how that goes for you. And yeah, how's it going, BA Teller? What you up to? All right, so this loaded up. We're good to go. I'm going to be probably swapping out the theme just to like the default. Exactly as Shelley. Yeah, it's one of those things that you don't realize. Right? Yeah, we all have blind spots. Right? We all make assumptions. That's not the problem. The problem is when we don't fix something based upon recognizing them. That's not a bad idea, Bob. Yeah, some type of like README convention where a bot can look at it, but it's still human readable and go through the steps as needed to see what's missing. That'd be really cool. I really like that. I really like that. I don't know what it means yet. I don't know how I would do it, but oh man. It's going in here. So, what is it? Yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea. All right. Let's pour another beverage. Buying into the formatting? Yeah, exactly, right? Hey, we should have one standard for all these things, right? Why are 15 standards existing? A week later, there are now 16 standards, right? Whoop. Good enough. Hey, Shelly, I'm curious. Did you ever get a chance to chat with the persons whose initials are AP? I haven't chatted with them for years. I was just, yeah, it's interesting. Just wondering if you even keep in touch. And yeah, no worries if not. It's just something I remembered after seeing your name. Having that mutual connection. Oh, and it's not AP, it's EP. I don't know why. The A from your name, sorry. And BA Teller, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. What are you up to? What kind of dev do you do? You don't keep in touch. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Just curious. Yeah, keep me posted, but no stress. All right, so here in apps, let's actually start looking at the slides here. That's fine, B.A. Teller. It did say that this was your first chat, at least, when you chatted the first time about tunnel vision. So it might have been from a different account. But also, Twitch sometimes loses the follows. I've lost one to a couple people. Like, they lost my follow to the Primogen, which is super annoying. But, you know, I got it back. I still got the sub, so that counts. Should be starting back in a week? Hell yeah, Shelia. Nice. So yeah, SRE Platform Engineering. Cool. There you go. Break their brain a bit. I feel like I've had a couple people do that to me. I would still probably just assume that Twitch lost it, though. Because they do. They totally do. Oh, did Glasses just finish streaming? Is that why you're over here? Right? The SRE or DevOps guy finished up? No, he's still going. Okay. I assume you know Alt F4 stream, though. If not, they actually do like DevOps SRE stuff. They might be doing front end. No, they're doing just serverless Go. All right, so here it is. This is the default thing that they gave us. All right, this is their just, you know, default styling of slides. I'm going to switch it. Technically, it's serif here, but I'm going to switch to default just because. Oop. And it looks like it's basically the same. Yeah, it does look basically the same. Yeah, here's basically the way I like to set it up, though. And yeah, you can do any HTML you want in there. It's like, it's really nice. You can do Vue plugins. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. I believe the -- here is how you separate, like, slides. I personally end up gutting this entire file. Oh, hold on. Wait. There's one thing I want to grab, though. Right? So source, and you can do like multiple entries like that. I like how they're like their default, like, hey, you just set this up and installed it. I like how it basically gives you like all the features that they support kind of out of the box anyway. It's kind of cool that way. But yeah, so what I want to do right now for anyone just joining is I am setting up some slides based around what we've done for discovering what OpenTelemetry is, etc., and how to integrate it into Next.js. I have an outline somewhere. I probably need to close a bunch of these. But yeah, hold on. Video 1 outline. We're basically going to take a lot of this and translate it into Markdown that turns into the slides that we're talking about. So yeah, I'm going to take pretty much all this and we're going to actually make slides around it. but also we're going to start adding some of the learning that we've had from our process. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of just translation of what we've already done and also adding things that we recently learned. And yeah, should be pretty good. One thing I really like about the way this gets generated is just because I can compose these from other Markdown files inside of Pages here, I don't need to worry about naming them in a way that dictates their order, right? So in previous presentations I've done, I had to do like 01-intro, 02-history, 03-whatever. And then if I wanted to like change their order, I'd have to do some other junk for it, which gets really annoying. In the past, I've even done it to where like, hey, I might be adding new slides. I'm going to do 00-intro and then 10-history. And then I can add slides between by just doing like 05 and then like 15 and all that. So yeah, I love the idea that I don't need to do that anymore because the order of these things is actually then dictated by this slides.md file. So this is basically like the index/table of contents/ source of truth for the order of my slides, and I no longer need to worry about the naming convention. So that frees me up. So this is better than my existing slide process already, or my pre-existing slide process. And yeah, what's up, Padres? I am having a great weekend. You open Twitch now and to watch some games, and you thought, how do I find the energy to work on side projects almost every day? You don't think you could have this discipline. Respect. So here's the thing, and I've said it before, and most people probably know it. Let me just show you. I have so many ideas for things that I just want to make. My favorite part of coding is having an idea and making it real, right? That's basically magic. You just had a thought, and then bam, you worked on it, and it became real. I can't draw. I can't paint. I'm a mediocre musician. But I can have ideas for software, and I can make it real within a reasonable-ish amount of time. That act of creation is, I think, fundamental to enjoying your life. One problem with that, though, is if I'm just on my own time, I could waste hours just crawling Reddit or Twitter. I could waste hours playing video games. I pretty much don't work on side projects off stream, even though I really love the act of it. Streaming keeps me motivated to work on the side projects, not the other way around, right? My side projects don't motivate me to stream. My stream motivates me to work on side projects. And it keeps me more on task than I would be on my own time. Even though we get distracted, we might just randomly rant and chat for the later half of streams most days. I'm okay with that. Because again, I'm still like getting forward momentum going with the side projects I work on that I wouldn't do on my own time. So it's a bit of accountability. Streaming and my side projects would not work without them both working together towards just the goal of enjoying chatting with y'all, which I love every time, and making something. So yeah, if this isn't making sense to you yet, I really do recommend trying out streaming and just working on side projects. Don't consider streaming as this thing where you have to like make a presentation and you have to like really have like a plan for what you're going to do for the day. If you start doing that, you're actually going to burn out on streaming. Right? Instead, just make stream fun by doing the fun part. Right? There's no stress about streaming. There's no, hey, I didn't get as much done today as I wanted, because you know what? I did more than I would have on my own time. I think that's important. So yeah, this is me encouraging all of y'all, where if you feel like you distract yourself really easily when it's not, in front of people, streaming is one way to kind of counteract that. I don't know what those numbers are, Fido, but that's a bummer, man. I'm sorry, like, the comment just seems way out of place and extremely negative, right? I would encourage you to make more positive comments. And I know, we all get negative from time to time, but come on, man. Don't bring us down. Don't worry, be happy. I'd love it if I could play that song right now. And yeah, Lightspeed, I think I get that, right? Like, working on a project that's yours, you care about it more too, right? It's this thing that was a baby in your brain that is now real. Like, that's awesome. And yeah, Patrice, right? One of the things that made you fall in love with programming is being able to create something from nothing, like a wizard. Yeah, for sure. Yep, I am hooked on programming because of that aspect. Because again, I can't paint, I can't draw, and I'm a mediocre musician. But I can still have an idea and make it a reality. I think, I don't want to say better than others, but yeah, better is not the right term. I think it's something that I've practiced enough that I've got like a velocity to it. You know, if you consider how many projects I've made here on stream and compare that to other streamers, it's pretty high. Of just random ideas that didn't exist yet, or at least in the way I wanted them, and now they do. Does it mean all of them are amazing, perfect projects? Hell no. Not at all. But I still got to work on it, and I love that. I really love that. So, Shelley, here's a big thing, though. Is part of the thing that motivates you actually figuring out efficiency? Because at that point, if it makes you happy to make things more efficient, then just do it. You might be recognizing that your happy path is actually making things more efficient, which sounds awesome. Right? That in and of itself is a project. Right? So you're more process focused, whereas your husband is more result driven, right? I think there's very much like, you don't have to be one or the other. But also, a lot of people end up skewing towards one of those extremes. Are you process driven or are you result driven? And I don't think anyone is purely one or the other, but you do find yourself motivated by one or the other more than the other, right? And I think that's important. So yeah, and that might be why you and your husband make a good pair. Because you're on those opposite ends of process versus result. And I should probably make a YouTube video about that. Right? Damn it. All right. I think that's a great idea for a video, right? It might even be like a short 2-minute video. Who cares? But I think it would still be valuable. And I get that, Corjo, for sure. Yeah, I totally get that. right? This is very much a creative thing. Right? Software development in general is creative. Hold on. I think that's a tweet, too. We're going to schedule it, just because. One of the biggest problems I have with my with the app on my phone, right, for Twitter, is that I can't schedule stuff. That is so annoying. Like, I really, really wanted to schedule a bunch of the tweets I made over the past week when I was just sitting there hanging out at bars, like, you know, killing time. Right? Because I had some really good tweets, but I needed to schedule them, and I just can't do that from my app, which is super annoying. So, I mean, I don't know if you know it, but Twitter has that if you're on the paid plan, right? If you are paying for Twitter, which I do because I'm a content creator, barely, you can actually schedule things, but you can't do it from the mobile app. And that's actually like the #1 place where I need it. If I'm out and about at the bar and I have a great tweet idea, it's usually at a terrible time to post tweets. Like 9 o'clock at night Pacific time is one of the worst times you can post a tweet. So yeah, the fact that you just can't do that from the app is super annoying. There are different versions. Yeah, that's also incredibly annoying. No, that isn't it. Pro. Oh, that's like the TweetDeck thing. So that's not what I'm looking for either. I know they want to try and sell me on it. There's Pro, and then there's like Plus or some shit. Or Premium Plus, that's it. Yeah. So I'm on like Premium, and then there's Premium Plus. Wait, what's up, iSense? Yeah, what do you mean, iSense? You were talking some time ago, right? Yeah, that's fine. What is SypeSpect? About feature flagging, right? And hold on, you have the software as a service with many different like enterprise and government clients, right? Or am I mixing you up with another person? No, and that's fine. I don't think I'm ready yet. I haven't released out the 1.x for all this, you know? Yeah, no, I appreciate you going to bat for me. I just really don't think I was ready for you in the time it was needed. You have your own in-house stuff. Sure, yeah, I get that. And you guys are looking to migrate to something. I would say PostHog or GrowthBook are probably like some of the best ways to go. I don't think I am properly competing with GrowthBook or PostHog yet. I'd like to, that's my end goal, but I don't think I'm a proper replacement for them yet. Even only as far as feature flagging. They both end up doing A/B testing and other stuff. They don't like your own in-house one, and they don't like startups. So y'all might be, like you said, SypeSpect, which I've never heard of. But yeah, they like corporations, and I totally get it, right? There's longevity to it. So yeah, paying for Split.io or Launch Darkly or whatever, I get it. I would say PostHog is very much like not a startup anymore. PostHog is huge. I'm really curious. Like, I don't know what the hell SypeSpect is. No, that's fine. Yeah, like, what service are you using? Or going for? Like, what is SiteSpect? I have no idea. That's a word that makes zero sense to me. I thought I knew the ecosystem, and damn! What? SiteSpect, that's it. It was just a typo. That one's a little too harsh. Dude, yeah, holy shit. If I just type in the word red, what do we get? Alright, that one works. That one works. Hold on, I liked his tweet. Yeah, okay. SiteSpect. I've never heard of SiteSpect. Okay. It looks so vintage. It looks to me like this website remembers when the phonograph was invented. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Wow. Wow. This site asked Henry Ford for a faster horse. You know, like, holy shit. Whoa. Whoa. Like, holy shit, man. Woo! Okay, that's fun. That made my day. Yeah. They rewrite your API response? So they sit as like a proxy to your API? Huh. It's an interesting approach. It's actually a really interesting approach. Interesting, I sense. Yeah, no worries. Again, I think what I'm building has some longevity. I agree with your company that I would not pick Vexilla, right? If you're a corporate environment Vexilla is not the move because it's just me. The bus factor of it is too huge. I need to get more people involved, more people that care, more people like working on features, trying to make it better. I'm less good at the community aspect of open source. So I need to work on that. The bus factor is too large for Vexilla. I totally understand. That said, you can totally just fork it. But then that's another thing you're maintaining. So I get it. I get it. Ooh, hold up, real quick. Let me give Dan is board this audio clip real quick. No, and I get that iSense. I wasn't saying that just because you, like, Vexilla doesn't make sense. Personally, from what I'm saying, like, the bus factor is too large. I get that. I still think there's so many other products that you could have gone with. Right? I think there's so many other things that could have been chosen besides... I mean, here's the thing. It looks very enterprise, doesn't it? Some enterprise manager looked at all these modern solutions with nicely made web pages and was like, oh, that's not enterprise enough. We need something that looks like it sucks. You know? Yeah, I get that iSense. You were probably even using the older version of Vexilla. And I wouldn't recommend anybody use the older version of Vexilla either. So it's on me for not having it ready for you soon enough. So I'm sorry about that. I do plan on launching an actual business around Vexilla. Right now, it's just an open source tool. You actually did use the current version? No, that's fine. Yeah. No, I get you. Thank you, iSense. I really appreciate that. I do now have, right, if we look at vexilla.dev, I have this services section, right? I'm happy to hop on a call to help you set things up. Like, this goes for anyone out there. Contact us. That's contact me. Yeah, right? Their own personal customer support, right? Technically, if you, like, I might not have even had this services contract thing yet, but you'll get an SLA. You'll get me, like, 24/7. Yeah, exactly. But again, it's just me. Our team, one stoner and his loyal Twitch following. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong, but if you get me on an SLA... yeah, I will set alarms, and you can wake me up at 3 a.m. if you pay for, you know, a services contract. If I'm out partying, I'll head home. You know? No, I get it. I'm just saying. And again, it would require that I probably need to sign an NDA about your company and all that stuff. So there's a process to setting this up. Yeah, there's a process. I get it. But yeah, I think the first way of monetizing Vexilla is going to be through services contracts. And yeah, if you're an open source product, you might not get full SLA-driven availability, such as being able to get me at 3 a.m. If you're open source, I will give you a free, you know, lesser tier services contract where I'll help you set it up. I'll help you, you know, do all that stuff. I think that's really like part of the value offering that I'm trying to go for. And I mean that for anyone else out there that has open source, if you want to try and use Vexilla. I know we're not there yet, and I'm not fully published with all the most recent versions of the SDKs and all that stuff. No, and I get it. That's fine. Totally fine, iSense. Yeah. Right? What I'm basically getting at is we're so close. I need to do more work. I'm doing this content for Highlight.io as a priority for the moment. I've got content I need to do for work, but I also need to like really start publishing out and getting version 1.0 of Vexilla out there. So yeah, I need to focus on that real soon. And then, once that is out there, yeah, like iSense, you can send me a DM, right? I would say send me a DM on Discord. I see that easier than I see Twitch DMs. But yeah, feel free, man. No, Lightspeed, Silicon Valley is. It's the cradle of the web, technically, but Silicon Valley basically adopted it or kidnapped the web and made it their own. I mean, you're not wrong, but I think Silicon Valley turned the web into what it is now, which some people would definitely push back on and say they dislike, but also it's what actually took us from BBSs or whatever to actual, like, the web that we have. Right? Without the moneyed interests from Silicon Valley, we'd still be on BBSs and MIRC, or just IRC in general. And some people would say that's the way the web should be, sure, but your parents wouldn't be using that. My dad still doesn't trust the internet. He calls it ASCII trash. It all should have been Epsidic. Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, exactly, right? That type of mentality. If that had been the mentality forever, the internet wouldn't have actually taken off. All right, so let's actually keep going. That's fine. He would love to hear you say that. But okay, let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay. What is EBCDIC? EBCDIC is character encoding. So just how ASCII is, character encoding of this number equals this letter, EBCDIC is the same exact character sets, right? It fits within 128 bytes, but EBCDIC is laid out in the way punch cards were, right? The way that things are gapped out, etc. Whereas ASCII is laid out in a more like human-centric way. Right, so it's an IBM mainframe kind of thing. Yeah, EBC, DIC. It's just a character set. It's just saying one number equals this letter or this character, right? It is laid out for punch cards. Exactly. But my dad comes from an era where he thinks this is relevant. It isn't. Oh, yeah, 1 second. Sorry, I see it now. Yeah. As long as I hope I can say it, you're saying I should push for iOS stuff, right? We do have a Swift SDK. Would that work with what you're doing, or do I need an Objective-C SDK too? And yeah, I won't say that out loud. Thank you for the company name. I appreciate that. That's actually awesome, dude. That's super cool. Yeah, I don't have a sales team. I don't have any way of like just cold calling and reaching out. But I would say if you have a project you want to integrate Vexilla into, we can hop on a call and make it happen. That goes for anyone doing any open source, whatever. If you want feature flagging in your product, contact me. Just send an email. It's so easy. Why aren't you doing it? Now, possibly my form doesn't work and I need to fix that. Because I haven't gotten any emails yet. I think I've tested it. But yeah, I could be blowing it. I would say I still need to get things published up so that you can install it into your stuff easily. Right now, it's just Git repos. If you wanted to npm install Vexilla, you'd be on the really old version. So I need to work on that. Yeah, I agree. I think, right, like, I don't have the list of SDKs here. Yeah, so I'm missing a whole bunch in my documentation. It's my limitation. I need to add to that, and we'll be focusing on that in the next, couple weeks. But I need to finish this highlight IO stuff. So yeah, I don't think I'm even ready yet for broad adoption. Soon. Real soon. I think Zayu might actually want to try and use it, even though I think her product is probably small enough that she can just push up changes as she needs, rather than needing to worry about the feature flagging aspect of like how long deployments take, etc. But she's still really awesome in that she wants to help out. She wants to, like, just help each other's projects, etc. So, totally down. Like I said. That's fine, iSense. Yeah, no stress. Yep, no stress. I would say it's on me, and I could have done more. So I'll work on it. All right, so here's the big thing for what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, no, I appreciate you. Like, thank you. If you have a side project you want to use it on, I will happily help you integrate it. But I probably do need like another couple weeks to get it all published out and all that stuff. Because I'll probably end up doing the publishing off stream, just because there's going to be so much like keys and bullshit and junk about the publishing process for all the platforms for the SDKs that it's probably not worth it doing it here on stream. I'd be over in the hacking screen most of the stream. But we'll get there, for sure. We will get there. We have the technology. All right, so let's get that popped open and that, and we'll rename it. No, I'm not in Chicago. No, I live in Seattle. That said, I could probably make it to Seattle, to Chicago at some point. But no, I'm in Seattle, so it's a bit deep. Oh, you're over in Spokane? Sick. Hell yeah. I don't tend to make it out to Eastern Washington, but it'd be kind of nice at some point. Take it easy. Take it easy. Oh, you're down in Vancouver. Ooh, Ashelia. Yeah. I plan on going to Chain React. I believe that's in July. And I'm not saying you need to go to the conference, but if I'm down in Portland, you know, we can definitely go hang out. Right? Yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah, bring the husband. Let's chat tech. Let's hang out. That'd be cool. Yeah, damn right, Bamboo. Yeah, put in the work, man. Super fun. But yeah, hold on. When is it? July 17th to 19th. Yes, I work remotely. I did have to spend most of the last week at the office at the new company I work for, which is Get Kraken. It's my third week at the company. I also need to head back in 2 weeks for like our big release of like new stuff. For sure. Yeah, sounds good. I am absolutely planning on being there for that. Even if I don't get the free ticket to the conference, it's still an awesome way to just go hang out with a bunch of the other like presenters and, you know, people related, etc. So, yeah. It is a programming event. It's for React Native. So if you're not familiar with React Native, it's for mobile apps. It's a very specific niche conference put on by, I would say, the largest consulting company for React Native in the US at least, and possibly the world. Like, Infinite Red is the company. Jamin Holmgren is the, I forget, is he CEO or CTO or something? But yeah, really cool people. I got to meet and chat with a bunch of the people that work for the company and all that. Just awesome. yeah, take it easy there, iSense. Let's dial it back. We got people from every walk of life here. Let's not make assumptions about what people are looking for or objectifying people or any of that. So, just saying. Right? Let's take it easy. But yeah, Infinite Red. Super cool. Thank you, iSense. I appreciate you. It's okay. I get you. I get you. But yeah, anyone that is in the Portland area should definitely make sure you check this out. If you're invested or if you use React Native in any major way, you should definitely check it out. It's 2 months. That's not that bad. And it's just May 3rd, so they got, yeah, May, June, July, like they got 2.5 months, you know? I'm not doing any Rust right now. I have an SDK for my feature flag tool written in Rust, but yeah, I don't have Rust in any titles or anything for my stream, so you may be a bit confused. I'm not using Rust at the moment. I do have a Rust SDK for my feature flag thing, but that is unrelated to what we're doing right now. That said, I have done Rust. I've spoken at the Manning Rust conference. I want to do more Rust talks, etc. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a specific fanboy about any languages. They're tools to get the job done, and if I make something cool with one of those tools, then I try and make presentations about it. As an example, once I get version 1.x of Vexilla published out to all the various repositories, etc., I will definitely be trying to make talks for meetups all around the country. But we're just not there yet. I got other stuff I got to do. CNCF could be cool. Yeah, exactly. I think it's less relevant to DevOps in general because, again, this is about runtime and not your deploy process. Whereas, like, it is cloud native. It's just a static file. But it's less about, like, the Kubernetes kind of, like, deployment process. At least as far as I think about it for now. And hold on, I missed some follows. So Equalize, thank you for that follow. And The Guando, thank you for the follow as well. All right, so let's actually continue this process. I got my 2 slides files opened. I'm going to need to eventually have a public folder for images. We can close the web part of things for now. I do need video 1 as an outline. And we can start actually hammering out some of these slides for what we're trying to do, which I think is useful. So, bare minimum, the first slide is typically the name of the talk, and that is custom hotel or Next.js plus OTel or OpenTelemetry equals magic. Sure. We can always come up with a better title. No, it's fine, Ashelia. I'm aware of Open Feature. I don't think Open Feature does nearly as much as what I'm looking for. Our 2.0 or 2.x would probably focus on Open Feature compatibility, but still adding the stuff we need on top. So yes, I'm aware of Open Feature. Absolutely. I am fully aware of Open Feature. I don't think it solves the problems I want solved yet. So I'm okay developing in a vacuum, and then eventually, you know, embracing Open Feature. You're saying because it's a CNCF incubated project. Yeah, I totally get it. I think it's a great idea. It just doesn't check all the boxes I need it to. In the same way that what I'm doing, Growthbook checks those boxes, but you have to be on their paid tier to do so. Which, yeah, there's no paying Vexilla other than like a services contract. Ooh, did Mel just finish? Did she just raid Alt F4 stream? Ooh, looks to me like she raided Coppinger, actually. No, what I'm saying, Ashelia, is instead, I really like Open Feature, and I'd rather build on top of their solution. I think that's way better. I just don't think they're to where I want them yet, and I don't think Vexilla is where it needs to be yet either, so. Yeah, I think 2.x is the time where I really try and embrace Open Feature. I mean, I haven't done much today yet, have I? So, there is a little bit of that. I'm okay with it. But like I said earlier, even with the distractions of chatting and chilling with y'all, I still get more done than I would on my own time because I can't just hop over to a video game, even though I do have the baseball going on the side. I can't just comb Reddit for multiple hours, not wondering where the time went, etc. I can't just chill on Twitter and doom scroll for hours. So even if I chat with y'all, I'm still, slowly making what I'm going for. And again, a little bit of progress is better than zero progress. Objectively. We're making a slide presentation about Next.js and OpenTelemetry. If that doesn't make any sense to you, that's fine. You mentioned that you're just getting involved. You're just starting with coding. I think these topics are a bit beyond what you need to care about at the moment. Right? And giving you too much stuff that you don't need to care about is only going to overwhelm you. I think instead, Bamboo, you need to focus on programming fundamentals. You need to learn how to work with loops and control structures and blah, blah, blah with whatever language you care about. But getting into things like feature flagging isn't going to make any sense to you. In 1 month, I did all of it? I mean, I did all of what? You're talking like the Next.js and the OpenTelemetry thing? Yeah, that is basically like a month. Like, I'd say it's closer to like 2 weeks. But I would say we're not done yet. So yeah, after a month, it'll probably be like, yeah, that's the thing. But Vexilla is something we've been working on for over a year at this point. Ooh, so like Ashelia, yeah, OpenTelemetry consumed Open Tracing. Ooh, yeah, Oblivioner, you definitely should. It's really good. I'm barely going to touch the surface about it, but you should definitely check out Slidev. Ah, there you go, Ashelia. Yeah, makes sense. And real quick, I sense you're talking about feature flagging. Okay, yeah. No, it's been way more than a month. Way more than a month. Right? Like, it's been so long that I told Dax about it like a year ago. He would roast the hell out of me because I'm not making enough progress. I get it. That's fine. I get it. If I were going to React Miami, I'd happily let him roast me in person. And yeah, for sure. I sense your comment about web and mobile and like those things being synchronized. Yeah, that's a major selling point. I just, I got to work on that, but it's not the focus of today. And I need to really focus on what we're doing today. I need to at least get a portion of these slides ready. We can work on it more tomorrow. Yeah, all the different languages we work on, etc. Yeah, I totally get that. I'm really proud of that. I'm not sure the magic thing is important. So custom integration. Right, and we can always like work on the title, etc. later. No, I get it, I sense. I won't be ready by the time y'all are ready. I think I'd rather build up what I got. After y'all have done like a year-long contract, you can reevaluate, and when I'm ready in a year for enterprise contracts like that, I can happily help y'all migrate. Right? That'll be part of the services contract. Bam. So I appreciate you. Thank you. But I don't think we're ready yet, and I don't want to make it happen before it's ready. Right? That would be like, if you try and do something before it's ready, you might lose someone forever versus simply being able to get them in a year. So I'd rather wait a year instead of losing that client forever. I'd rather wait till it's more polished. It's one of those things, right? If you lose a customer, you've lost them forever. If you simply wait to bring them on, there's still potential there. hold on. We need to rename this one. Yeah. And I get you, iSense. I see your comments, etc. I really appreciate it, but really, Vexilla is not the focus of what we're doing here today, right now. So I'd like to actually pivot to doing the thing that I'm trying to get done. I appreciate you so much, but I don't want to keep talking about Vexilla because it's not the focus of what we're trying to do right now. We will pivot back to Vexilla soon. And then this conversation is hugely useful. All right, and then real quick, I want to just make sure. So, hold on. That was Oblivioner, right? Yes, Oblivioner. I feel like you've seen me make slides before using Pandoc and Reveal.js, using Markdown, right? And you can see how I'm kind of doing the same thing now. But I think this gives us even more power into like how to make presentations. So yeah, the main goal is let's keep evaluating this. Let's keep making slides around it. This, like, SlideEv will probably be my presentation tool for the future at this point. Even though I have a good workflow with Pandoc and Reveal.js, because this is Markdown based, it ends up scratching the same itch. And I think there's a couple things that are even better with it. Oh, hold on. One thing I need to look up, and I actually have it in my slides over here too. What's up, Kenpachi? How you doing? Where's the tea? I mean, I got my lemonade. I definitely don't want to spill the tea. Wink. Damn right, lemonade's delicious. Also, here's the thing though, don't feel compelled to have the type of lemonade I do. Right? No stress. Will I do any code blocks? Yeah, probably. So if you're seeing it, right, Shiki is the highlighter that gets included by default. You can also just do Prism if you want. But yeah, code blocks and all that stuff totally just work. I would really say, like, check out SlideEv. I should probably make a command for it. All right, so let's just double check. Did that command work? Ayo, SlideDev is the presentation tool I am pivoting to. My previous process was to use Pandoc to generate a reveal.js presentation from Markdown. SlideDev allows me to do that without needing Pandoc, and it also ships with a bunch of features that aren't part of reveal.js. Voila, nailed it. All right, I think we're good. Hell yeah. All right, so we got intro, we got outro. We're going to have stuff in the middle. I think I end up needing the layout. Yeah, layout center. I probably could author a theme that does some of this for me. And I actually kind of want to make a like Get Kraken theme that anyone else at the company making slide presentations could use. That'd be really cool. Oh, and yeah. Seriously, iSense. Absolutely. I want to make sure I protect any of that proprietary personal information. Yeah, man. Like, no, I appreciate you. We can definitely chat about it. Thank you for telling me the company and all that. That's huge. But also, like, that's between us, and it's not something that other people need to know. So, thank you. I do appreciate that info. Let me just give you the heart and a 100. All right, so yeah, this is the basic gist, and really this part is... This part's pretty common. The layout center should work. The way I do the transition actually changes. Yeah, so here I'd want to do transition. And this gives me a little bit of like the Reveal.js like stack, like column-based type stuff. Right? Like we can set what transition we do from slide to slide. We don't actually get columns within SlideDev. I think that'd be a cool feature, but it's not something we need as long as we get like the structure that I'm thinking about. So if we do a slide left for most things, and I think that's actually what I might be missing over in slides here. Oh, no, I know what it is. Yeah, basically the last of the slides within our column ends up needing the slide left transition, right? So yeah, slide or transition here is going to be fade out. My favorite beer? Ooh, I don't remember my favorite beer brand at this point. I'm a big fan of IPAs. I like a really hoppy IPA, but one that's not so hoppy that it tastes like you're drinking flower water, if that makes sense. Elysian has like a flower water IPA. It's either like Lush or some other one that's just like, ugh. I like a hoppy but still dry IPA. I don't typically drink beer anymore, though. All right, so then this part. Yeah, we got Twitch. At CM Griffing. We got YouTube. English IPAs. I have not. I've been to a couple German pubs that do like a really good like bitter. That was like along the lines of what I wanted, but still not exactly what I wanted. Now, I really don't remember what my favorite beer brand is at this point. Yeah, I don't remember what my favorite beer brand is. There's some really good ones, though. Like, Voodoo Ranger's not bad. Even, like, the double IPA from Pyramid, their Imperial IPA, that one's not bad. I think it's called, like, Outburst. It's a little strong. Space Dust is delicious, but also a little strong. Like, I can't drink Space Dust or Outburst and expect to be, like, good to go in a little bit. If I'm drinking those things, I'm sleeping in my car. All right, so Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, that's the other. Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember, like, God. Stoop and... Yeah, Stoop, Optimism. A lot of them have really good IPAs. I remember my favorite beer. It's technically not an IPA. My favorite beer is actually a Northwest Pale Ale. It's called Red Chair. It's by Deschutes Brewery. It's my favorite beer. It's absolutely my favorite beer. The problem with it is that it's a seasonal beer, and you can only get it during the winter. And it's named after a chairlift that I don't even think exists anymore at Mount Bachelor that was called Red Chair. So yeah, Red Chair is my favorite beer. It's not technically an IPA. It's a pale ale, but it's a Northwest Pale Ale that is very, like, IPA flavored. So yeah, Red Chair is my favorite beer. There we go. I got there. Took me a bit. I haven't had it for years, but it is absolutely still my favorite beer. So you bought a drink mix powder after seeing my lemonade powder, but the one you bought was way too artificial. Yeah, Tang, it's what the astronauts took to the moon or whatever, right? Now, Tang is, so here's the biggest thing there, Bob. It may be artificial. What you see me doing with my lemonade mix, I'm not actually doing the lemonade mix they recommend. I actually prefer, like, a watered down lemonade mix, right? To where my lemonade mix tastes more like a lemon Gatorade. Or not even Gatorade, like, if you were to water down like a lemon Gatorade even. You like random code stuff? Can you stay? I mean, I don't know, can you? Boom, roasted. Nailed it. Woo! I had teachers pull that one on me. I got to pull it on someone else. Nice. If you're asking, may you stay? Yeah, you got my permission. You don't need my permission. I don't know. Can you? Oh, man. I'm really glad I got to use that as an adult. The amount of times it was used on me. Ooh, buddy. That must have cost you a fortune in tokens. Nah, I'm good on it. Thank you, though. I'm glad you made it. Good job. Wow, Glasses is going late today. What up, Cloud the Dev? Mr. Sir. All right, so we're going to do the Twitch part just cuz, right? We're going to make this slide presentation in the way I would expect to make it if I was giving a talk at a meetup, right? In which I want to have the about me and all that stuff. Are we programming PowerPoints? If you're treating the word PowerPoint as like a generic, such as like Band-Aid versus adhesive bandage, sure. We coulda, Shelia. I'd rather make these links, though, which I could still do. Like, I don't know. I want to put very little effort into the About Me section. Yeah. It was pretty good, right? Right? Because then it's like a literal pattern. I like that. What is OTel? OTel is short for OpenTelemetry. And if you're really curious about what OpenTelemetry is, I'll be working on those slides here in just a second. All right, so we got some placeholders, right? We'll fix that here in a sec. What I want to do here is make this slide left because then we're moving on to the next section. So I got my About Me. Now time for the intro of what we're working on. And layout center is a given. So we're good there. So the intro for this talk in general. Right, and if we look at the outline, right, there's what is OTel, right, setting up a collector, right, this is like a basic table of contents. right? The client setup, right? So we're basically just taking what we have in our outline and turning it into slides, but also trying to fill in blanks and maybe like give bullet points that we didn't cover yet. So yeah, I may not have actually like pointed that out. I did describe my process in which we would do a slide presentation, then a video talking about the slides, right, as a rough draft, and then a blog post about things, and then a final video. But really, before any of that needs to actually come the outline that we think is relevant. So yeah, at this point, the outline is getting surfaced into the intro, and that's fine. That was awesome. Fuck yeah. You talks to the fish. So yeah, New Metamosa, if you want that audio clip, just let me know. Ooh. Yeah, it is. It's super good. Yeah, if either of y'all want your audio clip, just send me a message on Discord and I will get you that actual, like the audio clip for it. It's not perfect. It'll have the same exact like bugs that the chat had where like it seems rushed or they didn't, didn't take time or pronounce things right, etc. But yeah, if you want that audio clip, just send me a message over on Discord and I will download it and send you that audio clip because I think it's really fun, isn't it? Yeah, I really like it. And yeah, thank you for those subs. Anyone that wants to jump in on that hype train, don't feel obligated. Really appreciate the subs, though. Appreciate any bits or whatever. And yeah, if you do sub or donate more than 100 bits, you will have your name imagined as a superhero, just like New Metamosa or Cloud the Dev just now. Yeah, that was good, Solthoth. Damn right. Ashelia, we didn't get your notice or anything. You didn't get bumped because we throw it into a queue, but you might not have actually shouted out your sub. If you didn't see any prompt, I would say try refreshing and see if it gives you the option of shouting it out. And if not, you know, I can shout it out for you if needed. If that's what you're saying. Oh, you're on the top, like, 3 gifted. Gotcha. It does reset every month. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Like, I had, like, the lifetime sub thing going, but, like, some, like, you know, some Scrooge McDucks out there end up, like, taking the lifetime thing, and it makes it to where, like, you can't even get into it without, like, Scrooge McDucking. So, yeah, I let it reset every month just because there's less FOMO. So, yeah, I think I have that set up to where it'll just reset each month. It does mean you're on the top list for less time, but it also means that more people can actually make it to the list. So, I don't know. It seemed worth it to me. I'm not sure. So what we will cover, let's actually do this. What's missing? What up, iReal, Mr. Sir? What are you up to? G'day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Let's not. Oh, glasses rated middle ditch again, huh? That's my guess. Who knows? Ooh, YK streaming? I'm definitely throwing a lurk on YK. He's great. Even with a Java compile. Yeah, I need to upgrade my Mac Mini. My poor little Mac Mini sweats when I even mention the thought of compiling. How's it look so far? I mean, we can look. Let me double check. Did I miss something? Right, so custom integration, Next.js plus OpenTelemetry. Right? Ooh. I got a bug somewhere. Oh. Yeah, PowerPoint you have to debug. Exactly. It's super fun, isn't it? Now, the issue is that we're auto-formatting this. Yeah, that's actually it. Right? So yeah, I believe Prettier is messing this up. I know, right? Excuse me. Whew. All right, so I have some major bugs here. Let's do a reload of all these things, but man, they're not relevant. Okay, so here's the thing. I end up needing to... Yeah, we end up needing to disable extensions based upon a workspace, and that workspace is based upon the folder that we want it to be in. So we need to launch up the slidev thing first. Wait, am I subscribed? Oh, here we go. There we go. Yeah, I got a lurk on YK right now. All right, so yeah, I threw my my Prime sub towards YK Dojo because he's really cool. He's rated us a bunch of times, and I'm hoping I can actually raid him, you know, when we're about to wrap up. But we'll see how it goes. I haven't had a chance to raid him, but he has rated us like 4 or 5 times already. So yeah, if y'all don't know, let me do a shout out for him as well. Used to watch YK on YouTube when you were in college. Yeah, he seems super cool. He's a really nice dude, man. I met him from just like Twitter Spaces, and he's just, yeah, he's very awesome. He seems very like authentic and real, and I like it. Yeah. So this is the only way I can pay it back. Shouting him out, doing the sub when I can. If I hadn't remembered to do it now, I would have used it on someone else and forgotten about it. So there we go. I have a Prime. I should use it when I can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I bet he'd love to hear that, so I'm looking forward to rating him so you can pass that on. I got like another hour in me at least, though, so we'll see if he's still going. But yeah, he's like super YouTube famous, right? Like massive. And that's one of the things that I find very interesting. Like you can be huge on YouTube and still not be huge on Twitch. Even, you know, even after like shouting out your stream and all that stuff on Twitter and blah, 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 right? I think that's one of the things that has gotten to some influential people that thought they would be instantly big time on Twitch just because they're big time in some other place. Such as Nadir Dabbit, who does a lot of like AI stuff these days. He's streamed on Twitch. There's Kent C. Dodds, who I hold no major beef with anymore, right? There was like an instance in which I disagreed with the thing he did, not him as a person. But again, like Kent C. Dodds has streamed here to Twitch and had 10 people watching, you know? Just because you're big time somewhere else doesn't mean you're going to be big time here on Twitch. And I think that's one of the biggest things that some people don't realize. Like, you know, just because you can make a good YouTube video doesn't mean you're good at chatting with people live while you do it. And it's a totally separate skill set and everything, and you got to build up a totally separate audience, like all those things. It's very interesting to me. All right, Prime and Theo are the best examples I can think of they blew up here on Twitch because of they were already streaming here, but they did their other stuff on YouTube and really like funneled content back and forth between them in such a way that a lot of other like famous YouTube or JavaScript personalities, etc., have not done. Yeah, like Theo and Prime and Pirate Software have really done a great job of, sure, they were already on Twitch. I mean, Theo less so. Mm-hmm. But managing to merge their popularity between the platforms is something that those three have done in a way that I haven't seen any other creators do. And it's inspiring, to say the least. And what up, Robotic Head, Mr. Sir? I do want to say there's something to the fact of, like, if you're a person that's successful here on Twitch, you can use that to drive your YouTube stuff in a major way. So yeah, anyway. So Ashelia, again, right? As long as you frame it in the right way, that is valid criticism. And in that same vein, right? Theo does current events and, like, you know, topical content. Whereas instead, I want to make sure I shy away from that for my stuff. I think making topical content for the company I work for, right, Get Kraken, would make way more sense. But it's not the content I want to make that I think represents me. I want to make timeless content where I could publish it anytime and it's just still relevant. Now, that's really hard to do. When I shout out a tool or a library or some BS, like, yeah, like that stuff is rooted in the time it was published. But things about like ASTs and like what ASTs even are, that is timeless, right? So I'd rather make timeless content. But at the same time, like, man, someone has to make current event style content or topical content. Theo's a great person to do that. Even if you don't agree with him, you don't need to agree. It's still like surfacing these topics to you, and he has an opinion. You can disagree with that opinion, but would you even have an opinion about it if he didn't make that content, right? And maybe not. So I think that's the important thing. Like, the world needs people making topical content. Just because I don't want to do it doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. So I think it's important. Yeah, Prime and Theo, making topical content, hugely important. The stuff I do on my news crawl is somewhat topical content, and I'd love to turn that into YouTube videos, sure. But instead, it's just what I do to make sure that I'm still relevant to myself, just to dev in general. And it's less about the content creation, more about just knowledge development. I should turn that knowledge dev into content, obviously. But I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy. I think that's the important part. So yeah, I think that's the important part about Theo's content. You don't have to agree, but someone needed to make it so that you could disagree. Because if you can't disagree with something, how do you even know how you feel about a topic? And I think that actually becomes really relevant. I don't agree with Theo on every take he has. Absolutely. Like, hell no. Nah. Right? When we hop into one of Jacob M.G. Evans' spaces and we have a conversation about it, he does convince me about a lot of stuff. I like to think that it goes both ways. But again, like 100% agreement is not the goal. It's to actually just start a dialogue, which I think is more important than being correct sometimes. I get it. And yeah, I have very like measured takes in which I'm not going towards the extreme. Like I sit right there in the middle. Of course you're going to agree with me because I'm not taking extreme takes on most things. Right? Because I'm just moderate in general. I'm a moderate individual. Except when it comes to like weed and whiskey. I don't like taking the extreme stance of things. Right? But it's just a different approach to content, and there are niches to content where I wouldn't even be able to make the content I make without someone else making the extreme stuff. So yeah, it's a big, wide ecosystem out there, and we need all of it. All right, so I think to make VS Code work the way I want it, I need to pop everything within this folder out to its own like workspace that is basically like its own editor. And then I can still have Prettier doing what I want. From like the app, like from the mono repo level. But I can still dive into, sorry for the burps, the slides here and really like turn off the extensions that really make no sense for what I'm trying to do, right? Like I don't need Prettier for what I'm doing right now at all. And I think it's actually messing me up. And yeah, exactly, iReal. Like some people make really opinionated content specifically to drive engagement. I think we can all recognize that. And that's fine. Because again, I don't want to do that. I definitely do make some spicy takes on Twitter. You know? It's not necessarily for engagement, but just simply because I disagree. So yeah, I'm not like this perfect gray area angel, you know? I just prefer not to not have strong opinions about things that I don't think matter. But it is, Devin. It is. It is a programming language. HTML plus CSS is Turing complete. All right? I will actually fight that to my core. HTML5 plus CSS3 is Turing complete. That is the bare minimum definition of what a programming language is. But I don't want to make tweets about it. I don't want to make a YouTube video about it. I feel very strongly about it. But this is as far as I'm going to go, just ranting on my own channel about it. HTML5 plus CSS3 is Turing complete. If Turing completion is not how you judge a programming language, that's fine. But if it is, then it is a programming language. Ipso facto, you know? Oh, yeah, I mean, Devin, I get baited by bad tweets all the time. You can tell, because I respond to Dax's tweets. Yes, I know he's just baiting engagement, but damn it, sometimes I gotta reply. He got me! Hook, line, and sinker. No, you're good, Akavenge. I get it. Totally fine, man. Don't feel obligated. But yeah, Devin, you know exactly what I'm saying. Like, Dax's tweets are specifically designed to engage people because he's good at that. He's good at being antagonistic. He's really good at being antagonistic without actually burning the bridge, which I find magical because his phrasing sucks. Oh man, his phrasing is like pouring salt in wounds, like phrasing, you know? He's not nice. He's not trying to be nice. He's not guarding his statements in any way. But still, he doesn't manage to be so much of a jerk that I feel like muting him. Yeah, he has a really good knack for it. I think one thing I would point out is, and keep this in mind, I actually like the Primogen, right? And when I say that, I actually mean I like Michael Paulson. I like the dude behind the Primogen. I really like him as a person. I can have a conversation with the person playing the Primogen anytime. Like, he's really fun to chat with. He has great opinions. He converses like you're a human being too. His tweets do not do that, though. The character he's playing and the tweets that character actually publishes and makes are directly antagonistic in a way that somehow Dax has avoided. But Prime's like antagonistic tweets feel intentionally harsh, right? Like, he meant to trigger you. He meant to burn that bridge, etc. Right? When he gleefully embraced burning bridges and upsetting people with his typing tweet, right? That's the thing I just really don't like about the Primogen persona versus the person behind it. And I'll say this to Prime's face if he wants, right? I think he already knows it, probably. I like the person. I don't necessarily like all of the content. Yeah, like, dude, when he simply did a tweet about, like, oh, if you can't type X amount of words per minute, you're fired, kind of bullshit. Like, dude, that's so fucking gross. That's the worst tweet I've ever seen. And then he had a follow-up tweet saying, like, ha, look at all the people I triggered. Like, he's happy about triggering people. That is so counter to the thing that he's actually expressed, like, how he wants to present himself to the world, that he actually is not consistent. He is not morally consistent about the person he wants to present himself as. Because I believe the person behind the Primogen is fighting with the persona that the Primogen is. There is actually, like, a battle between those two separate, like, personalities. Him as a person is awesome. Him as a personality, as, like, a character, I'm not a fan. Right? Especially, like, tweet-wise. Stream-wise, totally fine. Tweet-wise, I'm not a fan, and I have muted his tweets since then. I hope he doesn't take offense to it. I hope he recognizes the reason for it. But man, gleefully saying, I'm glad I triggered these people with a really terrible take. He has previously said he wants to serve as an example for people. Taking joy in triggering people is counter to that statement. So he is just not morally consistent. He is not morally consistent. And that's the part where I dislike his persona, but I like him as a person. Exactly, Henrique. And I fundamentally disagree with that entire shtick. Yeah. Vim is so meaningless, right? Dax had a really good tweet about it the other day, where he picked Vim and he's mastered Vim because of the things he does and some of that stuff, right? But he even like acknowledged that the more AI makes it into our editors, the less your proficiency in Vim actually matters. Because we have tools that do these things for a reason. Auto-completion is the anti-typing speed. And auto-completion is getting better and better and better and better to where typing speed matters less and less and less and less. Anyone that can't actually like speak truth to that because they're invested in their tools in like a personal way, it's a tool. You shouldn't care about a fucking hammer. It's a fucking tool, you know? Whereas Prime has based part of his personality off of the tools he uses, right? At least the character he plays. And I fundamentally disagree with that character. Not him as a person, but the character he puts forth. I think the biggest thing I want to make sure is that I stream too much to put on a character. Right? What you see here on stream is me. I can't possibly keep up a character for as long as I stream. For as many hours per year as I stream. I couldn't possibly do that. I would burn the fuck out real quick. I just have to be me. Exactly, Metageza. Like, and that's not that's not an incorrect assessment. He is actually aiming towards being that because he's a huge fan of Dr. Disrespect. He has directly tried to emulate Dr. Disrespect in all of his content since the very start of his streaming. Right? Like, Metageza, you're not wrong. That is exactly it. No, so there's a big difference there, Devin. My branding is the beanie. As a character, I'm just me. The character and me, that Venn diagram is basically just a circle. Right? My stream persona and my offline persona, that Venn diagram is almost just one circle. Exactly, right? Like, branding is separate from your persona. All right, so real quick, hold on. I gotta go pee. Because I drank the whiskey. I probably drink more whiskey here on stream than I actually drink out in public. So if you're meeting me out at a meetup or a bar, I may be less vocal about any of this stuff. But also because this feels like a safe space to really express who I am as a person. Oh, I already broke the seal, Devin. That's why I have to go pee right now. I mean, not whiskey, lemonade. Duh. Yeah, we're just drinking lemonade. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just lemonade. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, anyway, I'm sorry for getting too meta about this, for ranting. It's a Saturday. What else would we do? And yeah, I'm not trying to like really be super negative. I'm just trying to talk about, I guess, mainly the separation of a stream persona from who the person behind it is. And I simply can't maintain a separation between those. I have to just be me. Anyway, we can, whatever, right? Whatever. The rant, less important. Let's get back to some, slide stuff. Yeah, we got really meta about, like, content creation in general. Oy. And yeah, Ryan, like, obviously, we're towards, like, the later half of stream. Yeah, you missed a rant. Duh. Duh. A rant on this channel? Say it ain't so. Tell me about the rabbits again, George. Damn, that's like a deep, deep reference right there. Who actually knows what that rabbits reference was from? All right, Ryan knows. There you go. There you go. All right. You know. Probably because they forced you to read it in school. Exactly. Yeah, you had to study for it in high school. If you had just read it on your own, I bet you'd really like it. Because it says a lot. It's like Flowers for Algernon. Oh, if you had to read Flowers for Algernon for school? Yeah, of course you hate it. Duh. If you read it on your own, it's really fucking good. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch of those books where it's like, yeah, if you were forced to read it in school, you're gonna hate it. But if you read it outside of school, you're a fan. I'd say Flowers for Algernon, Jonathan Livingston Seagull, and Of Mice and Men are like the three major ones I can think of along that way. Auditor. What? I don't know what you're saying there, Aaron. I'm sorry. I don't understand your question or the context for it. For some reason, I'm only picturing like the way you used auditor. Like it should be like a military unit in Rome Total War, right? Like Triarii, except like Auditorii. You know, like what would the Auditorii like unit actually do? What up, Nas? How you doing? Audio-based weaponry. They just talk shit, right? Like, they're just shit talkers. Oh, are those your guys' shields? Weak. You know, like, right? The auditors, their weapon is a giant bullhorn, right? Just to amplify their shit talking. Look at how lame their flag is. Or something, right? The Auditorii. Oh, man. I really like this now. I'm into it. That needs to happen. That needs to be a thing. Yeah, right? Your Centaurian is so fat. And they just roast him. Dude, it'd be so good. Oh, I really want to see that. Rada, if you ever want the current song, we've always got the commands. Like, yeah, you got this, man. Hold on. Let me drag this over. Yeah, just do exclamation point song, man. You got this. There is definitely like a Monty Python sketch in there somewhere. Just for that character? Yeah, that'd be pretty good. If I was a game dev, absolutely. Auditorii or something like that. Yeah, we could totally do it. The character for which Auditorium was obviously named. Yeah, Age of Empires. Absolutely. Yeah, they have like an area of effect around them that lowers the morale of enemy characters, right? Yeah, that'd be good. Like, really, Rome Total War. Yeah, it would just be like another part of your battalion or whatever. Yeah, I messed up the formatting of a tweet, but yeah. Or a comment. Wait, is there a sports car in Age of Empires too? Was it something you had to do via like cheat commands or something? I could see that. It's a cheat code? Okay, yeah. I could see that. All right, so real quick, we need to make sure we disable whatever is messing up our formatting, and I believe that's Prettier. So we disable Prettier for this specific folder or this workspace, and then we're good to go. Sure, Aaron. Yeah, makes sense, I think. A Shelby Cobra that had like ranged? Okay. Yeah, I never played that much Age of Empires. Yeah, early 2000s were like, I graduated high school in 2002. And then I was a snowboard bum, in which I didn't really get that many that many games. I got lucky that I found some places I could game after getting like a good laptop for it. So I was able to play like Diablo 3 when it first came out. And I actually made enough money off of selling gems on the real money auction house that I paid off the entire game, which was huge. Huge for me as a snowboard bum. That was amazing. That was so good. I wish I'd done more. If I'd been doing that instead of working, I could have actually paid off my entire summer before they killed the auction house. But I didn't. You know, I still had to work dishwashing jobs and shit. Is what it is. Maybe who I am. I wouldn't trade any of those shit jobs for the world. Right? Prep cook, dishwasher, line cook, banquets, busser. Like, dude, I worked as a janitor at one point. All at ski resorts just to get my free, like, you know, season pass and to make enough money to eat. I wouldn't be who I am today without that time in my life. So yeah, wouldn't trade it for anything. Age of Empires got you interested in computers? That's amazing to me. That's actually really cool. Hold up. Was it the kind of game where like the save files were actually like human readable and you could just modify them? Because those kind of games are actually what got me into programming. Like, sure, I was a computer gamer. I played MechWarrior and all sorts of games, right? The games where I could actually go in and look at a save file and it was human readable and I could just modify it. Those are actually what got me into programming. Not even kidding. I am all for games not using .dat files and some weird fucking encoding. Just let people modify the file, right? Why should I need to download a save game editor when I could just edit the save file in a text editor instead? See, I really respect games that allow you to just tinker with them, you know? You don't need something like Game Genie to modify the RAM as it's running or some BS. When your parents divorced, your father moved out, so you found the internet in Age of Empires to play with people online. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Devin. Like, yeah, appreciate that. Oh, okay. So I had a GeoCities site that I didn't do anything with. Obviously, I had an under construction banner. I had some fire, like, GIFs. Duh. I joined a web ring that I didn't even know what it did. I'm definitely showing my age. Jump to GeoCities after that. Convince your mom to start to get you a shared cPanel host with PHP. I remember doing the shared cPanel stuff, for sure. I remember fondly my first VPS. And I had never used Linux or any of that. That was how I learned all that stuff, right? I need to host my friend's WordPress site. I'm not going to put it on some BS shared host. So now I got to host it as a VPS somewhere. At which point I learned about low-end box, which used to be way bigger than it is now. But it's still like, yeah, if you want to just like launch up a VPS to host some websites and like do some bullshit and like learn how to host things, yeah, don't spend money on Linode or DigitalOcean. Nah, man. You go find yourself the cheapest damn provider you can from one of these like best cheap hosting of 2023 type things. And yeah, man, for $11 per year, you actually get more value than a DigitalOcean like droplet of 2 months, you know? Yeah, even OVH is too pricey to learn on. That's what I'm saying, 2Tap. It's crazy how much value you can get from this. I would not say like, oh, host the thing your business depends on one of these. Hell no. That's a terrible idea. But for less than $1 a month, you can get basically a DigitalOcean droplet? You're like losing money by not using it, you know? I'm kidding, by the way. That's a joke. But yeah, like there are providers like this that are really awesome and really good. Like $1.50 a month for a DigitalOcean droplet equivalent. Fuck yeah. Again, 2Tap, what you get with DigitalOcean is the fact that you know DigitalOcean will still be there in a year. You have zero guarantees about that from these providers. So instead, I would simply say treat these providers as what you might want to host on, right? Because it's no longer just some Docker container on your computer that you can do all sorts of crazy stuff with. Instead, you have the same exact constraints you would have with DigitalOcean or some other provider. So this at least gets you some skin in the game and some experience with hosting in a way that a local host will never prepare you for, because you have so many things you can just do with a local Docker container or whatever. Until you've actually deployed out to a remote service and had to debug issues with that service, I'm sorry, like you'll never get that from a locally hosted Docker container or a VM. Yeah, because they are so much separate from your local machine, you have to really understand and learn about how to work with these things, debug things, set up, you know, Linux sysadmin style things like log rotation, etc. A bunch of these services I launched up with had broken log rotation scripts because they were using a bad version of some VM or something, and it meant that I had to fix it, which gave me a lot of really good experience. Yeah, like I can't stress enough the value of one of these super cheap providers is not something you can actually gain from hosting locally. Right? Because you don't own the hardware. You don't have absolute permission over the system. You can't just re-provision more RAM. You are limited by what they give you and what you're paying for, and that is so much more relevant to the actual hosting process of applications. So yeah, $2 a month for 2 gigs of RAM, right? Unmetered ports. There's so much you can do via just some random fly-by-night VPS provider. The one thing remembering, though, as 2Tap Prince and I kind of discussed, don't expect these things to exist longer than a year. If you want something that will actually last, that's why you would use DigitalOcean. That's why you would use Linode. That's why you would use EC2, right? If you're just trying to experiment and learn, yeah, low-end box. Absolutely, Devin. Make sure, like, this is a great way to learn how to host some bullshit product you're doing and establish good backup practices for it. And if you mess up, well, at least it's limited to that one service you had on it. Don't scale up this one provider and host everything on it. Hell no. Hell no. Instead, treat every service you launch as its own special, unique snowflake in which you relaunch that thing yourself on whatever provider you're on, and making it portable for if that provider disappears is actually part of the practice of doing it right. Establishing good backups, establishing good, like, launch scripts, etc. Like, all that stuff is essential to being a proper full stack developer. If you can't do that, you're not actually full stack. You're maybe back end and front end, but you're not full stack. Because full stack involves the hosting process, your backup log rotations, like your backup scripts, your log rotations, like all that stuff. If you're not setting those up, you're not full stack yet. And I know it is a little elitist to gatekeep the term full stack, because again, like, you know, there's always going to be someone pushing back on what full stack means. Oh, did you write the drivers for your system? You're not full stack, right? At some point, you have to draw the line about what part of full stack you care about. But yes, log rotation and making sure that works right is a critical skill. I know, right? Like Metageza, there's always going to be someone that pushes back on what full stack means. I know, right, Devin? I appreciate that, Kappa. I'm not going to say what full stack should mean to you. I'm just simply pointing out, if you can't launch up a client's entire, like, infrastructure, etc., there is still part of that horse that you need to draw yourself that maybe you don't draw that well. Or the rest of the owl, or whatever, right? Like that term. And I think there's value in being able to draw more of that horse as your, like, learning would allow. So yes, again, Devin, I appreciate that sarcastic comment that is still actually, like, kind of like on the nose. I don't care how fast you need to type. Technically, if you don't think it's relevant, then don't learn how to do this stuff with a VPS. Because there might be someone at your company that'll do it for you. But if you can gain at least a little bit of insight into what they need to do, you can have better conversations with these people about what you actually need. And I think that's useful. I think your typing speed is so much less relevant to any of this bullshit. Because it's not technical. It has nothing to do with actually, like, the stability of your service, right? Your typing speed, things like that. And I know you didn't mean it, right? It was an offhanded comment, Devin. But I do want to point out that, yes, a little bit of this is somewhat gatekeeping. You have to decide which gates you care about. Right? You're going to reach gates. There are going to be gatekeepers at each of these levels. You have to decide which gates you actually care about getting past. I would say one of the last gates to care about is typing speed. Right? I don't need to push through that gate. I don't care. And the main reason, and I want to point this out too, is that my mom does the hunt and peck kind of junk. Like, she doesn't just do the fingers, right? She uses as many of her fingers as she can, but she doesn't do a proper typing technique. I don't know what her words per minute is, and she wouldn't give a shit either. My dad is one of those jerks that would care, like, I can type 120 words a minute, blah, 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 I'm better. But if you look at the actual software that my mom and my dad have produced, my dad's software is so much less relevant. The software my mom has helped write is stuff that actually touches our lives every single day. Number portability, right? It's almost insane. It's almost insane how relevant the code my mom has written in a bad typing technique versus the code my dad has written with like Data Basic that has zero relevance on modern day development. Yeah, exactly, Ryan, exactly, Four Wheel. Typing speed is so much less important. If you're having to type that much, you're probably not thinking through what you actually needed to type enough beforehand. The people I've seen push back on it that didn't consider that part are like, well, if I'm writing out like an email or something, my typing speed matters. No, it doesn't. You can have something dictate your speech. Like, you can just talk and your microphone can turn it into text faster than you can type probably. And then you just fix the issues that it didn't do properly, right? In the email aspect of things. We have the technology, right? We can rebuild him, right? Typing speed is less and less relevant as technology improves. I will say that without being harsh. Yeah, DM Mulroy types really fast. I also see him undo the things he types so often. He's an awesome dude. I'm not trying to talk any shit. I'm just pointing out, like, his typing speed is so much less relevant because he could have thought about what he was going to type instead. Yeah, here's the other thing. Like, I might make typos when I type. There are people that touch type and make more typos than I do. And they have to go back and fix them. Whereas, like, I'm looking at my fingers while I type, but I know what letters I hit. And I fix them in the moment, and I don't need to go back as much. There's something to it. Like, I don't know. This is definitely a rant. It's definitely like, some people might think I'm being offensive and I'm talking shit. I think instead, I'm just trying to point out the people that would have you think you have to be really good at typing have a bias that they are not acknowledging. And I have a bias I am probably not acknowledging, but I just want to point out, I have seen it growing up. I have seen it. My mom doesn't type like a proper typist would. My dad brags about his words per minute, which he is not at anymore, but he will still brag about it. I would trust the software my mom writes more so than the software my dad would write, because my dad's a hardware person. He's like an architect. His typing speed doesn't actually matter. And again, this is more about who he used to be. Less so nowadays. And yeah, like with good dictation software, we can just talk and it turns into text. We live in the fucking future, man. Not so for programming, but for documentation, for email, for anything that is like prose rather than code. Oh my God. Right? Your typing speed matters less and less for that. Like categorically. Exactly, for Will. I plan on using Orderly for blog posts at some point. Yeah, man. Why not? Only gained about 10 words per minute. Hardly noticeable. Yeah, I like that. That's a good anecdote. Here's another thing I am biased towards, and I don't know if it's correct. The people that are strict about home row actually make really, really, really bad habits about their typing. If you are strict about being in home row, you might be strict about like micro adjusting from your wrist to hit that back key, like to hit backspace. Home row is like ASDF with your left hand and HJKL with your right hand. Like that middle row, home row, like typing style, right? Touch typing is like based upon that, right? Like fully based upon that home row and migrating from that home row for typing. Most people who I find that are adamant about touch typing and the home row actually have really, really bad habits about their typing, right? They will migrate to the backspace key from their wrist rather than from their elbow. If you watch any major gamers, right? Any major first-person shooter gamers, they have their sensitivity on their mouse set up in a way that they never move their hand from their wrist. They are from the elbow and shoulder. Because if you start doing it from your wrist, in the amount of time that they take and the amount of like hours they spend doing it, you're going to give yourself carpal tunnel. If you're a wrist gamer, you're fucking up. You're actually doing harm. It's easier to aim with an arm as well. Maybe a bit, ace, but it's also like if you continuously adjust from the wrist, you're actually putting like an expiration date on your like ability to do so. Yeah, wrist injuries will end your career. Wrist injuries will cause you to think about how you could maybe use like, dude, I've seen it before at like Meteor Days back in the day. Some dude wrote an entire like software suite so that he could actually use his voice to write code because he had really bad typing practices. He's giving this presentation typing on his fucking laptop keyboard with really bad wrist posture. Like, dude, you could just fix your bad habits rather than having to write an entire software suite to work around them. Like, come on, man. Dude. Like, you know, it's crazy to me. Watch the Primogen. You will see him cradle his wrist and do all sorts of weird, like, bullshit to it while he streams. Because he is, like, religious about the home row. It's actually bad for him. The elitism that he has about it. But again, you'll never convince these people, right? I can only convince you in the moment to just think about it and watch these things and, you know, think for yourself. Question authority. think the world would be better off if we all listened to Tool. Because they have a song in which it's think for yourself, question authority. Think for yourself, question authority. We would all be better off with that mentality. I mean, the bread, he may say that even with his keyboard. We watch him do this consistently. Have you ever, like, pay attention to it. You will see him do that at least once a stream. You know? You will see it at least once a stream. Watch Glasses type. He will absolutely micro adjust to all sorts of places on his fancy ergo keyboard, whatever, right? Proper typing practices has ruined more wrists than non-split keyboards has. I'm convinced of it, for sure. And I have to make sure I put proper typing practices in quotes, because it's not actually proper. I actually like a good split keyboard, because I like to maintain neutral wrist posture. The only reason this keyboard I have hasn't done me harm is because I don't have a proper home row. Right? Like, dude. Watch that clip. Watch that clip. I got a split keyboard in that clip. I am not typing properly. Look at that no-look crossover. I'm basically like, I'm like a basketball player with the way I cross over from side to side. No-look style. Technically, I did look to do so. But we had a delay between the cameras, like, and my actual typing. So because of the delay, it looks like I did a no-look crossover. No, I look at my hands when I type, for sure. But yeah, that no-look crossover. I reach over to hit that T key with my right hand. Boom, right? And yeah, it's an old clip. Super old, man. I've been streaming for a while. And yeah, the surgeon who fixed your mom's wrists in the late 90s said the exact same thing about typing. Yeah, the home row is actually one of the worst things that has been inflicted upon programmers' wrists in a long time. It has probably ruined so many people's wrists more than snowboarding and skateboarding ever has. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, the Digma D-Phi is similar to the Moonlander, right? Like, I have a split keyboard. And I need to actually, like, rinse it out using distilled water and all that stuff. And I'll probably end up using it again. But again, just remember. I will still not care about typing properly. Because typing properly is a bullshit metric. Typing injuries are 70% of his operating room time. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure. And I'd love to see the ratio of people that have that problem because they are home row typers or touch typers versus people that do the hunt and peck. No, so iReal, the big problem is you don't know you're uncomfortable until it's too late. The moment you feel pain in your wrist from typing, you've already fucked up. And that's why it's such a big problem. The moment you're feeling pain, you've already done enough damage that it's way harder to recover from. Losing strength, yeah. Another way I can liken it is, like, look at how many drummers out there in the world actually use their wrist to do, like, drumming stuff. They do it. There are people that do it. For the most part, the drummers that will actually have longevity are the ones that operate from their elbow and their shoulder. Drumming from your wrist will absolutely shorten the time in which you can actually drum. I can see a little bit about that. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, like, I could see, like, overusing the shoulder could be a thing. Especially for someone like me who has bad shoulders. But yeah, like drummers who are pro rarely do it from their wrist. There are definitely drummers that do, and they do it for very specific things, but they don't do it for their entire set, you know? Right? Like they may do some like little like hi-hat stuff, like where they're doing a little bit from the wrist. Right? Like, you know, the bell of the ride cymbal, things like that. But for the most part, they're operating from shoulders and elbows. Even maracas. People who use maracas as percussionists, they're doing that from the elbow and shoulder. They're not doing it from the wrist. Like, it's just so crazy to me. Cowbell! As a pro cowbell player, right? If you got a fever and the only prescription is more cowbell, you better be doing it from your elbow. Hell yeah, unknown user. Yeah, for sure. We got onto a rant about all sorts of stuff. I think the low-end box thing, if you're just trying to, like, become familiar with remote hosting, right? Do it cheap. Do it as cheap as you possibly can. I would not host a client's website with that stuff, but for your own personal side projects, to segment your side projects from other side projects, yeah, just spin it up on some low-end box. Boom, done. All right, so yeah, what is missing? I feel like we do want to call that out, and yeah, this is where it brings a flaw to our specific editor for like this folder, because now we don't have that outline anymore, but we can go grab that outline and then we're good to go. And then we probably don't need to worry about it. So what is missing? And this is going to be like a huge part of it. But yeah, how you doing, unknown user? How's everyone else doing out there? We're ranting, we're chatting, we're having just a fantastic Saturday. I'm thinking I'm probably going to stream tomorrow. I think I want to try and end early enough to raid Theo on his birthday. Just cuz. I think that's cool. The fact that he's going to stream on his birthday. Yes, I know. I've streamed on my birthday every single year for the past 6 years I've been streaming, and I'll do so again this year. I'm stoked to see other people do it too. That's awesome. I really like that. As a perpetually online kind of person, damn right, that's the best. So yeah, I want to encourage Theo streaming his birthday. There you go, MetaJezza. I want to point out the biggest thing about that entire thing is not picking one or the other. It's about changing it up throughout the day. And I need to do that more, sure. Or I need to at least like get up and stretch and do some other stuff. But the biggest problem is being static about it. If you only stand at your desk, you're going to adopt really bad posture eventually, just due to fatigue. So yeah, changing it every few hours, that's the key. It's not about one or the other. It's about a combination of both that prevents you from actually adopting bad practices because of one. So I get that iReal. Could you recognize times of your day where it would be relevant? Would it help during code review? Would it help during meetings? So iReal, right? Pop it up to standing mode for meetings. Boom. Nailed it. I don't know if that's actually the fix, but it's something to try. A walking pad under the desk is a huge life hack, especially during meetings. Oh, YK, Mr. Sir. How you doing? I'm sorry. I actually wanted to end soon enough to raid you. Because I owe you, man. Like, dude, you raid here so often. I really appreciate you. Oh, here we go. Quantum Katana. YK Dojo's got that 10 gigabit connection. Damn right. I want to say real quick, YK Dojo, if you send me a message over on Discord, I can download that clip for you if you want it. Right? The audio clip is available. I probably could have done the other ones too. But at least, yeah, I'm saying it now. If you send me a message over on Discord, I can send you this clip. It's the easiest place to send it. But yeah, up to you, right? That's fine. I just want to throw it out there as an option. If you want to share it with anyone or do anything about it, I can get you that clip and there, yeah, no problem. See, I was actually like hoping I'd be able to raid you today because I saw you like, you know, you started just a couple hours ago. I tend to stream way too long, so that's my fault. But yeah, man, thank you. What were you up to today? I think when I looked at it, I saw you just, it looked like you were combing just some random content, like blog post kind of stuff, but I might not have been paying that much attention. You usually only do about 2 hours at a time. I get that. That makes sense. I want to say that's like a good approach. The people that only do 1 hour are actually shooting themselves in the foot. Because it takes like an hour for like Twitch notifications to get out to people. And if you're leaving after 1 hour, there are people that like just got the message and couldn't actually make it to your stream in time, and then you're done. So 2 hours is like the bare minimum. So yeah, good job. Like nailing it, right? I'd say 3 hours is even better, but 2 hours is like the bare minimum for a Twitch stream, in my opinion. So a deep dive on GPT-4, Devin, and Claude 3. Okay. And yeah, we might have an ad, so Gibby, we'll wait like 10 seconds or so. You think people get tired? Hold on, let me just wait 1 sec. Yeah, 1 sec. Sorry, my bad. All right, so we should be good now. You should be back from the ad. We good? What I was going to say is 2 hours seems good because you think people get tired after 1 to 2 hours. I would say you're maybe misunderstanding that the people showing up from you being 2 hours in, oh, and I'm sorry, like I may have said that. What I think you might be misunderstanding, YK, is that you might be 2 hours in, but the majority of your audience didn't get there when you started, right? So if you think 2 hours is the thing, there are people that aren't going to even make it to your stream until like an hour into it, just because of how Twitch's like notifications work. So at that point, 3 might be like the actual sweet spot where you're hitting the 2 hours of the majority of your audience showing up. Yeah. Like, your audience doesn't actually get to where you're expecting it to be until like an hour in. And I've noticed that for sure, 1000%, right? Most people don't show up to my stream to get me my like average viewership until an hour in, which is why I do like the news crawl. That could be part of it, YK. I think there's also stuff you could do to encourage chatting. Yeah, no, it's all about like Twitch's ecosystem. Twitch doesn't actually get people involved until like an hour in. It's why a lot of people do like 5 to 15 minutes of a starting. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I get it. So you have been doing it. Your audience is maybe kind of shy. I get that. You might try doing some like polls where, you know, then they don't have to chat, but they can still like just click a button. And then you can like chat about like the thing that they're doing. Again, polls are hit or miss too. So I get it. Again, you know your audience better than I do. I'm just saying like the patterns I've recognized as a streamer over the time I've been doing it. So it's all anecdotal. The first hour, you're just letting the rest, like your core community show up. If you start at the same time every day, you give them more of a, hey, they might be incentivized to show up immediately. But not everybody does that. And even new viewers don't know about your like core starting time. So just to incentivize the new viewers that might have followed you yesterday, going long enough for them to actually get the notification is worthwhile. So yeah, I'd say 2 hours is the bare minimum. If you could do 3, you'd be even better off. But again, do whatever you find valuable, right? Because the chatting is not the important number. The viewership is the important number. If they don't want to chat, that's fine. If they're hanging out, you're good to go. Because you're still making content. You're still doing it. So I think a lot of, yeah, it is tiring. I think technically YK, you kind of, you're focused on doing like a presentation, you know? You're focused on like delivering like value the whole time rather than treating it as like a hacking session together. I would say instead, try and find like things where you can just like hack on something together, and then you're going to lose that time anyway. You're going to be so focused on building something instead. And that's fine. Like, that's worth it. People are stoked to just be there with you while you're doing it. the majority of my audience is probably here just to have me as background noise while they're doing work. So if they're not chatting, I don't consider that a problem, you know? I also rant enough that they're going to chime in anyway, but you don't have to do that one. If it's your attention span, I get it. I'm not trying to tell you like what you have to do. I think a big part of it is productivity is not the reason people are watching you. People are watching you for you, not the stuff you get done. That's an important thing that I think a lot of streamers miss out on. They're not there to see you get stuff done. They're just there to see you. Now, I do need to get stuff done just simply because I'm not going to work on it off stream. But again, people are there for you because that's how streams work. If they were there for content, they'd just watch YouTube. Yeah. No, and again, you know your audience better than I ever will. For sure. But I'm just going to tell you this right now. I think most of your audience is there for you. And less so your content. So yeah, again, totally up to you. Don't feel obligated to stream longer than you want. Because if you're burning out, that'll burn your audience out more so than a lack of productivity. If you're not happy being there, that'll hurt your audience way more than anything. So make sure that you're just stoked. I think that's the key. Yeah, YouTube and LinkedIn are maybe more content driven. Here on Twitch, it's simply about the streamer. Yeah, no worries. I just want to throw that out there. Like, give it a shot. See how you feel about it. As long as you're not burning out because of an extra hour, then it's fine, but don't feel obligated. This is just my very cursory knowledge of this. I don't know. It's not like I'm at like the Primogen or Theo numbers, so I don't know. But I also stream 2,500 hours a year, minimum. And somehow people are still watching me. So there's something to it. I don't know what it is, but yeah, just saying. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. So you were doing some AI stuff. Do you actually have access to Devin? Are you like in that short list where you've actually been able to like use the Devin production thing? Have they gotten like other people involved in that, or is it still like really limited? Okay, so you understand it well from your research. Cool. Oh, thank you, LD, for it. Yeah, I appreciate that follow. For Tonga, thank you for the follow as well. I mean, I stream a lot, and yeah, I'm probably familiar enough with other people you watch, sorry, and they raid me from time to time, etc., that Twitch helps promote me for that. So, yeah, thank you for being here, LD. I appreciate that. Ooh, 100 Devs is such a really cool community. Like, dude, I got to meet Leon at TwitchCon this year. That's my highlight of TwitchCon. I'm going to say that right now. My absolute highlight of TwitchCon in Vegas last year was having a lunch with Leon. That was awesome. That was my favorite part. No offense to anyone else I met and hung out with. Meeting Leon in person, having lunch with him, was my absolute highlight. He's such a cool dude. Mm-hmm. He's so cool. Yeah, 1000%. All right, sorry, one sec. Doing some stuff. So yeah, I know some people want to play some games here in a bit. Let me reach out to the crew. And yeah, thank you for that follow, LD. All right, so you were pretty active there? Dude, that's awesome, Devin. Yeah, that's super cool. Had to pull away, though, because it consumed too much of your time. Yeah, I get that. It's such a large community that they'll take everything you can give them. So you have to establish your own boundaries. Yep, exactly. Yeah, helping mentoring is huge. Just to be clear with everyone out there, this is less of a teaching stream and more of a let's like do stuff together kind of stream. And then also just like listen to me rant kind of stream. Because I took the last week off of streaming because I was down in Arizona for work, I'm making up for lost rants. So we've been overly ranty the past 2 days. Making up for lost rants is the best way to phrase that. I'm really happy with the way I did that just on the fly just now. But yeah, real quick, YK, what do you use for like slide presentations at meetups? I'm curious about that one. If you have like a preferred tool or anything, do you just use Google Slides? Like, you know, do you have a preferred tool for presentations at meetups? Google Slides? Yeah, that makes sense. I get it. I recently, you might switch to Excalidraw for slides? I could see using Excalidraw for like content for specific slides, maybe. Yeah, so I don't know. I just want to showcase this real quick. I don't know if you've seen or heard about SlideDev. I'm gonna at least like give you the link. Yeah, screenshots of Excalidraw, maybe even embedding Excalidraw into like a, you know, some type of like interactive canvas would be cool too, just for like certain slides. But SlideDev is nice. It's by Ant Fu or Anthony Fu. If you're familiar with him, he wrote VTest and a bunch of other stuff. But basically, you can write your slides as Markdown and even like say what transition you want them to have and some of that junk. But the really cool part is then it gets turned into a really like nice slide presentation that I haven't put any work into yet, but we're like fiddling with it, you know? And yeah, I've got like some bugs because Prettier was doing some stuff that wasn't right. But the gist of it is, I used to have a flow in which I used Markdown, and then I would use Pandoc to generate my Markdown into reveal.js like presentations. And I'm since now pivoting to slide dev because it gives me a little more power over just some of the stuff I want to do. Like one of the cool features that's amazing to me is you can embed a Monaco editor into a slide. So you can actually have like interactive code as just like part of slide content. Like there's a lot of really cool features that, you know, I'm not sure if you would find them useful, totally up to you, but I at least wanted to share like what I'm using right now because I think it's interesting. And I have just recently pivoted to using slide dev instead of Pandoc and Reveal.js. And yeah, like the theme ecosystem is pretty cool. Like there's a lot to it that's just nifty, you know? But yeah, so for some extra context, the slides that we're working on right now are, right, a custom integration between Next.js and OpenTelemetry. So to describe what that is, OpenTelemetry is a tool for giving us like a bunch of like primitives to understand our applications. So if you think about New Relic or Datadog or any of these other like telemetry-like companies that have your application send data to them and then visualize that data, OpenTelemetry is meant to be the common like language between your application and these services. So if your service is OpenTelemetry compliant, then theoretically you can take your application and plug it into any other OpenTelemetry compatible provider. So you could wire it up to your own Grafana, you could wire it up to Highlight.io, the company sponsoring some of this content, or you could wire it up to New Relic or Datadog or whatever. The goal is interoperability of having the primitives of the JSON schema of what you're sending to these providers. And then having a collector that takes in some of these things and then proxies that to other providers by batching things or doing whatever. Right? Your collector acts as like an aggregator for some of these disparate things that then proxies it to some of these other like more standardized, you know, consumers of your collector content. And yeah, you could even do view components inside of your slide dev slides. Totally. I'd love it if there was like more. Like, I'd love to see slide dev, but implemented on top of Astro, and then you can do components in any like framework you want. So I don't know if that's on the roadmap for Astro and like some of their open source tooling, but it probably should be. And I'd love to see Ben Holmes actually implement an Astro-based slide dev implementation. That'd be really fucking cool. That'd be amazing. I say that because Ben Holmes actually works for Astro, whereas I don't. And I only have so much time in the day. I got other stuff I want to make. But if they want to maybe do a sponsored stream for it, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, well, yeah, then we can figure it out. One more thing I want to shout out. Who here uses Astro? I think a question about it is relevant. Who here uses Astro? I do. All right, no one wants to chime in. That's fine. If you remember using Astro back in the day, their port was 3000. And nowadays, modern Astro uses 4321 blast off, right? Technically just the 4321, but it is so on brand. If you want to thank anyone for that really well-branded port, I did that. I proposed 4321 as the port they should use for their dev server. I did that. So yeah, right? I can die happy. I affected the world around me in a way that most people could only dream of. So yeah, my life is complete. I'm set. Yeah, Postgres doing 5432. For sure, man. Yeah, I get it. But Astro is purely about, like, you know, space and, like, launching rockets and stuff. Their mascot is named Houston. Right? 4321 liftoff is so on brand that I'm actually amazed they didn't have it already. I'm actually blown away by the fact that no one actually put that together. That is my legacy to the world at this point. I don't even need kids. I have left a legacy. I'd like to have kids eventually, but still, just saying. When you see 4321 with an Astro project, you're welcome. Now, granted, like, it wouldn't have happened unless they were stoked on it too. So it's their thing too. But it's my baby, right? They just raised it. All right, so we are probably nearing the end of stream. I still want to go, like, fiddle with a bunch of this stuff. We need to actually make our slides right. We didn't do nearly enough of what I was trying to do. I need to wake up early enough tomorrow morning that I record some YouTube short stuff for work, because I think I got some good, like, YouTube shorts to make. So yeah, I gotta wake up at like 8 a.m. tomorrow to, like, record some stuff for work, because my job now is to make content for Get Kraken. And I think I got some good content around it. We'll make it happen. Robotic Head, are you out there? Do you have Helldivers yet? Okay. You don't think so? If you're willing to buy it, just let me know another game that I could gift you. Just because I don't have that set up right now. But I will happily gift you another game you've been looking at that's comparably priced or more. I don't care. But I can't, like, gift it to you right now because I'm not set up for it. And I think it would take some time for you to download. It's like 20 gigs that expands to 70. But it does seem like Acorn and Algo would be stoked on Helldivers. So if that's something you want to get going, just let me know and I'll happily gift you a comparable game to make up for it right now. Damn right, Fruit Shop. And it is. It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, for sure, Robotic Head. If you want to grab that one, let me know another game that you want me to gift you, and I'm down. Any game, right? Doesn't even have to be multiplayer. If you're looking at Dragon's Dogma 2, I will gift you Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm not in a place to, like, gift you Helldivers right now. That's all. But it does seem like that might be the game we play together. So if you want to get that one going, because I know you're in a place where, like, the download might take a bit, I think it's about 20 gigs. So you probably need to get it going, like, now so that we can actually game together. Does that sound okay? Awesome. Okay, I'll let the group know. Yeah, it's about 20 gigs. It expands out to 70 or something like that. Yeah, I only know because I downloaded it last night. Like, yeah, I looked at these numbers. All right, so anyway, we got that set up. I do need to go use the restroom. I broke the seal. So let me go use the restroom. BRB, give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. What font was this again? Yes, exactly. It is Drama Sans. Sans the drama. No drama allowed. Wink. Dude, I don't even think I did a vitamin D today. I am probably lacking vitamin D from the past week anyway, so let me do another one of these. Or at least one of these. All right, so we got our intro going. Sure. I still don't like any of this theme right now. This is kind of bumming me out. Like, what is with this theme, man? This theme sucks. Ooh, I don't know this song. Yeah, I don't think we can even play that song. We'll see if YouTube's okay with it, but I've wanted to hear this song all day. Okay? I've wanted to hear this song since this morning. Yeah, Devin knows the song immediately. It's alright. If YouTube has a problem, oh, bummer, this stream doesn't get monetized. Fuck it. Note for note, don't worry. Be happy. I think I just found my karaoke song. I think I just found my karaoke song. And took your bed, don't worry. And be happy. Yeah, both the actors in this are great, man. If you don't know, the guy that isn't Robin Williams, he was in Third Rock from the Sun as, like, the pet. Right? The pet that makes it from, like, the foreign world that somehow tracked him down. That actor is the same one that isn't Robin Williams, basically, in this video. There you go, Dev, with the twist. That's not a bad one. Jeremy would be a little dark for a karaoke thing. Yeah, I've realized a lot of the songs I really, really like are sad. And they're just not karaoke material. Well, here you go, Four Wheel. I bet you would be stoked. Yeah, Jeremy is my absolute favorite song by Pearl Jam. Absolutely. That's one of the songs that got me into music, right? As like a kid that didn't know music. Like one of the first songs I latched onto was Jeremy. Right? You know when you're a kid and you don't recognize music you actually like, you just listen to whatever's out there kind of bullshit? Yeah. Jeremy was the first one where it was like, ooh, no. This is my vibe kind of song. But anyway, real quick, Four Wheel Gator. My favorite Robin Williams trivia is related to Civilization, the game. You know how, like, Civilization has, like, Sid Meier's Civilization, Sid Meier's Pirates, Sid Meier's whatever? That entire, like, shtick of Sid Meier's thing was actually Robin Williams' idea. He was friends with Sid Meier. He told him, put your name on it. You can look it up. It's absolutely true. It's really fucking cool. It's really, really cool. That's how awesome Robin Williams was. Exactly, right? He got his start. He wasn't even famous, and he was just a mime in Central Park. I bet he was the best mime you'd ever seen. All right, so let me put on some music. What music would we like to enjoy? Because we're saying screw it, and I just want to hear something I enjoy. Trying to think what we haven't heard for a while. Let me just put on some Future Islands. It's easy. It's not necessarily like what I would want to put on because I haven't heard it for a while. And instead, I just want to hear Future Islands. Exactly. Yeah. So here we go. Here's some Future Islands, Tiny Desk Concert. 1005 as well. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, Robotic Head, how far along are you? Iron Maiden would be the wrong mood. Yeah, Robotic Head, how far is your download? I'm going to shout it out to Algo Bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dude, very, like, intelligent and conscientious individual. Like, Robin Williams is the best. The smoke signals are fast today. I just chimed in over there. I'm not sure if you're on the Discord channel yet, but basically, he's saying 50 minutes as long as we didn't jinx it by saying so. So yeah, sorry if it slows down because I decided to actually say it out loud. That's my bad. My bad. These days. And yeah, what up, Heister? Mr. Sir. Yeah, Conga, I'm sorry. I should have shouted out your follow. How you doing? Hope you're still there. We chill, we chat, we rant. It's a Saturday night. Like, yeah. You know, we're not expecting to be super productive on a weekend. Or anytime. But whatever. Yeah. We've actually gotten more code done than I would have offline. So we're set. I need to make sure I wake up early enough tomorrow to record some shorts at the bare minimum. If I can record some shorts tomorrow morning, I can stream on this channel tomorrow during the day. It does mean that Monday night and Tuesday night will be focused on just purely like editing and hanging out instead of playing any games, but I think we're good. I think we can do that. So yeah, you've been wondering for a while, what kind of PC specs do I have? Just wondered which specs would be appropriate for coding. Doesn't have to be extremely nerdy with motherboard and CPU and blah, blah, blah. Just CPU, GPU, if I know it. The coding you see on stream is on a Mac Mini from 2015. You don't need a GPU for coding unless you're doing game dev. At all, right? If you're doing web dev, you don't need a GPU whatsoever. You could get by with a MacBook Air, right? The cheapest MacBook Air you can find, you would totally be fine with. My Mac Mini does sweat, right? But seriously, like my Mac Mini is also old enough to be in like 3rd grade. My Mac Mini should be learning like the states at this point. And, you know, it's probably learning division in elementary school at this point. So yeah, develop Tyster. You don't need an amazing computer for web dev. For dev in general. If you got time to just like chill and let it compile, you're fine, man. Like, who cares? Software development is actually so much less contingent upon like hardware specs compared to like any other computer stuff you might do, like gaming or whatever. So yeah, man, like you don't need a good PC to game or to dev. Will it make it to get a driver's license? I mean, when it's no longer my dev machine, it'll probably end up becoming a media PC. And as a media PC, yeah, I bet it could get a driver's license. So you got a beanie. It'll arrive tomorrow. If you like it, you're going to call it the Chris. I'll take it. I'll take it. You're right. These are not VE monks. The last pair of VE monks I had died, and I had a pair of Sennheisers between now and then. Those Sennheisers are dead for sure. All right, I can pull them out. Yeah, these, hold on. Here's my most recent monks. I believe one ear died. But again, like, the VE monks are so cheap, like, if they die after a year, you got your $5 worth, you know? So yeah, those monks, they're dead. I actually have a pair of monks still in their plastic bag that I could pull out. But recently I ended up getting these, I don't actually know the name, hold on. Faeal, like Faaeal, right? That's the ones that I got right now. They're fine as well. But yeah, 4-wheel. The monks I have are $5 headphones. Exactly. $5 for a pair of earbuds that'll last you a year, at least. Totally worth it. Like, so worth it. The Sennheisers I had only lasted 2 years, and they were like $40. So yeah, fuck that bullshit. Venture Electronics Monk Plus 2s, or whatever they're called. Just get those. As far as sound quality, the monks versus these, like, yeah, tomato. Honestly, these are good too, though. These are like the Amazon purchase. Right? The Faeals, they're like a $10 pair. Pretty damn good. Oh, you're still on the hotel life? I forget your reason for that. That was like due to... That was like a specific reason, right? Hold on. Sorry. Just, ugh. I'm pretty sure they were like 10. Yeah, let me double check. Hold on. Amazon file headphones, something like that. Right? Like, yeah, $10. Yeah, that's totally them. Yeah, I'll see you on gaming when you get back. No worries. Yeah, it's them. It's just like a different, like, cord, right? This one has, like, the copper. But yeah, $10 headphones. These ones are fine. They're quite good. They're not the exact same ones because the plug is like a 90-degree plug instead of like the straight plug like we see. But again, like, dude, this is like a good, cheap brand. This is probably them. The Iris 2s are the ones I actually have right now. This is them. This is them exactly. But you're probably fine with any of them, you know? For $10, it's worth buying both and see which one you like. All right, these are fantastic. I like them. They're great. I would have bought more Monks, but I wanted them quicker because my headphones died. And I didn't want to sit there with only one ear. If you have time to order a bunch of Monks for $5, totally worth it. I do like the braided cable versus like the straight cable that the Monks have, though. That is somewhat nice as well. It keeps them from getting like tangled as much, which is kind of nice. Pick me up, I've fallen down. It's a good song. Yeah, I really like this song. It's a little sad. It'll be stuck in my head for a while. Mainly because I need to cut down on the whiskey. All right, so we save. Yeah, we should be good. Yeah, for some reason, Prettier was really messing up the formatting of all this, and that was super annoying. The fact that you can't just have like a space between these, that is weird. That's like a flaw in SlideDev, in my opinion. But I've seen worse, so it's fine. All right, so what is OTel? OpenTelemetry. This dude, like, I think this band and Alt-J came out at a time where, like, having a unique voice was more important than being able to sing. Now, he can sing. It's not like he's going to win some competition judged by Simon Cowell or whatever, right? American Idol or whatever. But he has, like, a unique voice. It's very, like, Kermit the Froggy. Kermit the Frog here, right? Like, he has a voice that is very Kermit the Froggy. I feel like the era that Future Islands and Alt-J came out in really encouraged unique voices rather than good singing voices. Now, luckily, they have a unique voice and they can also sing. And that's really what made them the thing. But, like, yeah, there was like an era in which having a unique voice was more important than being able to actually sing. Tar River. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's something like Kermit the Froggy about it, right? Kermit the Frog here. Right? Like, dude, yeah. And I like it. I'm not trying to talk shit. I actually like this. I'm just pointing out, like, yeah, this band would not have made it now. At all. They would not have gotten a record deal in any way, shape, or form. But I like it. I'm glad that they were a thing when they were. Because we would be deprived of it at this point. All right, so I miss my hair too, man. I miss my hair. I used to have luxurious locks, like hair that women were jealous of. Right? I never did nothing for it. I didn't put any product in it. I didn't like even take care of it. And somehow, if I just shampooed every, 3 days, whew, the most luxurious locks you'd ever see. It was beautiful. Right? Hair that women are jealous of. So, yeah. And even then, I get the wings going, and the wings are nice. But, man, the hairline is bad. This might be my favorite song of theirs. And you can play. It just takes time. All right, so OpenTelemetry Hotel, right? That's our main slide there. Why was it made? Right, and I'm gonna need to make slides about the goals behind it, etc. And yeah, hold on. Let's make the titles a little more conversational, right? We don't need to make them title case, right? Who is behind it? Right? That's another great, call out. God damn it. Yeah, I fucked up. I'm moving that one over. All right, so hold on. That song was great. That was super good. Again, Future Islands, so good. I would not have found Future Islands without KEXP. KEXP is fucking awesome. That said, let me play some other music. And what do I want to play? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, one second. No, you're good, Devin. Like, yeah, my bad. Yeah, you're now part of the regulars. You can post links. That's my bad. You love listening to Michael Jackson's We Are the World, Make It a Better Place. If only for you and me and the entire human race. Like, yeah, I actually... For some reason, I don't know if that's the same song, but there was the song he did for, like, Free Willy. I would sing either that song or We Are the World way too much in the car, and my little brother hated it. But my mom was like, hey, no, do not hate on them singing, right? Singing is important. Sorry, Kevin, but no, let your brother sing. I really appreciate that about my mom. And I appreciate that about my younger brother, to where he didn't push back. So it wasn't the Free Willy song. It was probably that one. But it came out around the same time, didn't it? Like, it was the same, like, year or something like that. But yeah, it was definitely like We Are the World, Make It a Better Place for you and for me and the entire human race. Like, yeah, I sang that car to where my little brother wanted his ears to bleed. And I feel sorry for him about that one. I wonder if he still remembers that even. I really do wonder if he remembers that. But I absolutely remember my mom pushing back like, no, just let him sing. Come on, man. And that was cool. That said, hold on. What kind of music do we want to listen to for, let's just say, the next 20 minutes or so? Like, you know, doesn't have to be good. We don't have to judge it. Like, you know. And yeah, I'm not actually asking. I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe I'm thinking of Heal the World. I don't know. I just remember some song I was singing like nonstop, and it was definitely a Michael Jackson song. And yeah, my younger brother was like, shut the fuck up, without the swear. And my mom pushed back, which I really appreciate. I was probably singing Heal the World. Yeah, it was probably Heal the World, Make It a Better Place for you and for me and the entire human race. Like, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Because I didn't see Free Willy in the theater, so I would have seen Free Willy in 92. And yeah, I probably just mixed up where that song came from. So yeah, that sounds about right. I only saw a few movies in theaters, you know. I saw Jurassic Park in the theater. I saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the theater. I saw Back to the Future 3 in the theater. Walking back from Back to the Future 3, I actually learned multiplication. Or at least, like, thought I learned it, but I wasn't quite there. I was like, oh, well, if I have 3 pairs of shoes, that's 6 shoes, right? And my mom was like, oh my God, you just taught yourself multiplication. And I was like, I think I was in kindergarten. I might have been like a year before kindergarten. And then I started saying other stuff, and my mom's like, no, that's not multiplication. So, like, I didn't fully get it, but I was, like, so close. Walking back from Back to the Future 3. And I wonder if my mom remembers that. I definitely remember that. It'll be another one of those things where I say it and my mom's like, you remember that? And it's like, damn right I remember that. because I consider it one of the formative moments of my entire life. Like, I taught myself how to reduce fractions in, like, first grade or some shit. I don't, maybe second, maybe third grade. I don't fucking know. But something like that. Probably not first grade. It was probably like third grade, maybe fourth. No, it had to have been third grade. It was definitely third grade. So yeah, I taught myself how to reduce fractions in third grade. Doesn't mean I'm smart, it just means I saw a pattern. That's all. And my mom encouraged me to, like, think that way. But music-wise, let's do a thing. Ooh, I love this one. We're gonna do, like, Tiny Desk concerts. Because NPR and KEXP are amazing. Dude, they're so good. This is like the COVID version of it. Right? This was a COVID version of Tiny Desk concerts because, you know, they couldn't bring people to the office. And this is, again, one of their best ones. It's so fucking good. But yeah, what up, soft as in software? How you doing? All right, let's keep going on our slides. I know, we're taking our sweet time, aren't we? Now, hopefully, we can actually format this in a way that actually works. All right, sorry, my bad. Someone reached out via thread that I don't want to dox because I respect their privacy, etc. It was in relation to a tweet we made. We made a bunch of tweets, so it's not doxing nothing. But yeah, no, I really appreciate them reaching out. That is super cool of them. I would happily add context to it, but I don't want to dox them unless they're willing. It's some good music, though, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think I said what I can. Again. I made a tweet earlier that definitely, like, I don't know, was probably harsher than it should have been. Because I lacked the context of why they did what they did. Right? Because, you know, that context is not available on that thread. At the bare minimum, their context would make sense in the initial post. Not just a link to the further thing, but also just, hey, here's why you can't see blank, just right there within the first thing. So again, I have to be careful. I don't want to dox anybody. Anyone who's been here since the start of the day knows exactly what I'm talking about. But again, without permission, it's hard to give more detail. I would love to give that context, and even, like, I'll shout it out in my own tweet thread, you know? But anyway, let's do this part. So yeah, we'll do that part. Ding-a-dong. Wait, Ding-a-dong's an actual song? That sounds like some Tom Bombadil stuff. Ring-a-rong-a-rillo. Ding-a-dong, ring-a-rong-a-rillo. Like, yeah, right? It's a very Tom Bombadil-like version of a song, right? Ding-a-dong, ring-a-rong-a-rillo. Like, yeah, right? Yeah, like, I don't know. That's all I have in my head related to it. It is a great song. It's a solid song, for sure. Dude, yeah, that song's so good. There you go. You just got it. All right, we're going to play maybe one more as we hack some stuff out. Robotic Head, how's your download doing? I think that's more important. Robotic Head, I'm kind of working on your timeline at this point because I could keep streaming. I think we all know that one. But I also want to play some games with the homies. So, yeah, Robotic Head, what's up? 15 minutes till it's finished downloading. All right, cool. I will play a little bit more music. Sorry for the burp. All right, so what is it? Mr. something? Shit. Mr. Bruce. I want to hear this song, and then hopefully they recommend some good stuff after this. I don't stream around the clock. I've only been live for 6.5 hours. That's not that long. I do also stream over on Gaming Channel, which is totally different. So yes, if you count both streams, then yes, I stream all my waking hours. Besides work time. So you're not wrong. On this channel, I stream about 2,500 hours a year. On the other channel, I stream about 2,800 hours a year. And then all the other hours of the year is me sleeping, probably. Or going out to meetups. So you're not wrong. Is it possible to stream too much? I feel like I'm probably getting close. I am probably getting close. What is my work? Streaming? No, I don't actually stream my work. I currently work for Get Kraken. My goal and my job is to make content. I also am responsible for the ambassador program, at which point, like, yeah, I should probably figure out how to do stuff with that and how we do that, etc. I think the big thing I want to get at is, yeah, I have a job in which streaming is a big part of it. Streaming is actually now relevant to my job versus just a thing I do outside of work. And that's fucking awesome. I feel like Space Case, you majorly, I don't know, I have no idea if Space Case is even watching right now. Space Case, you gave a major aspect to why me streaming and talking about Get Kraken is actually even relevant, and why I don't think anyone will ever push back on me streaming during like business hours. Because I am out here chatting about the product, talking about use cases, sometimes using the product in front of y'all, and showing you things that you didn't know that was out there in a way that companies have a hard time even paying for. Right? So at this point, like, value. I think I am delivering value in a developer advocate kind of way that a lot of developer advocates don't even realize they could be doing. They could just be streaming and talking to people that use their product. Live. Right? We'll do it live. Like, it's really cool. So yeah, soft as in software. I work for Get Kraken. I started there 3 weeks ago. My core role is content creation. And then tangentially, you know, working with like the ambassador program, and sure there's some like workshops and stuff I need to help with, but content is my number one goal. So I need to record some YouTube shorts. I need to record some YouTube videos. Like, we're 3 weeks in, onboarding is done. I need to actually start making stuff. And hopefully, yeah, you'll see me make some Get Crackin' focused content here soon. Tomorrow morning, I want to focus on recording some YouTube shorts. We might stream tomorrow, which I think we can do. And then during work time and other times, and even after stream on this stream, like, you know, gaming stream for most of like this coming week will be me editing video and watching random shows with y'all. Which just sounds fantastic, doesn't it? That just sounds great. How was it meeting the team in person? Every person I work with seems really awesome. Like, I'm really stoked on it. I like the company I work for. Yeah, content is my main goal. They don't care as much about blog posts, at least like the organization, but I think as long as I outline the fact that it's part of my process, I think they'll be okay with blog posts. It does mean we're going to be loading up on Red versus Blue episodes. Damn right. Yeah. If your work is your hobby, you'll never work again. I mean, technically my main hobby is hanging out with y'all and making stuff. Software development is less of what I do for work, which means I get to still enjoy the software dev process in a really awesome way. But content creation, which is a thing I've been doing as a hobby for a long time, is now actually something I'm expected to do. So I really need to like focus on that and work on that and do all that. As far as snowboarding as a hobby, I mean, I get to keep doing that. Stevens Pass closes within 2 weeks. I do have a coworker who's here in the Seattle area that I'd love to go snowboard with. That'd be super fun. But yeah, snowboarding as a hobby, I've already hit the point easily like 20 years ago where I recognized I didn't want to do snowboarding as a career. Because as a snowboarder, as a career, you're expected to like shred on days that you're not feeling like it. You know? So that part's tough. If you're a pro snowboarder, you actually have to be on all the time. You can't have off days. That becomes weird. I've chatted with enough pro snowboarders, I've hung out with them, etc., and they have absolutely chatted about, like, I just didn't feel like snowboarding that day, but I had to. And that part's gnarly. That part's actually, like, really gnarly. I never got to that point where I was expected to shred because I never had a paycheck associated with it. I just got free gear. As far as free gear goes, yeah, just make sure people are stoked seeing you shred on it. There are snowboards that got sold at Stevens Pass Snowboard Shop purely because I was up there just shredding and enjoying my time on a Rome snowboard. The Rome snowboard I was riding on got sold later that day just because someone saw me having a good time on it. And I think that is like the level at which I would ever aspire to snowboarding wise. Just give me the free gear, let me shred on it, and let other people realize that I'm enjoying the board I'm riding on. Right? That is very much before the pro level of like, you know, you gotta like kill it in competitions and bullshit. So yeah, I hit the level of snowboarding that I would only ever aspire to. But yeah, how you doing, Trevenge? So yeah, you're switching back to nighttime. Have to stay up another 14 hours to switch your schedule. You're super tired. Ooh, that one's gonna be tough, man. Yeah, like getting free gear is a level most people just barely aspire to. All right, so I at least have permission to say this. If all y'all remember my tweet earlier about, like the Vercel IPv6 thing, the context that I was just given, that I've been given permission to chat about because I wanted to make sure it was okay with them, right? Their main comment was like, hey, right, the conversation was no longer productive. Right? There was a lot of comments that were basically just like, hey, +1 or whatever. Right? It's a thing they want to support, a thing they want to do. Right? But every single person involved getting an email about it means that there's a lot of noise, and that noise prevents progress. Right? It prevents people from caring about the thing they were involved in. So I totally get that. I really appreciate the person reaching out to me. I would assume they don't want to be named, and that's fine. But yeah, someone from Vercel did reach out. And again, I want to make sure I don't dox them, but in their blog posts, they have been so conscientious about their biases, etc. It was Bill Gates. You're totally right. It was Bill Gates. No, it was not Bill Gates. It was someone from Vercel who has been very conscientious about the way they post content. And I'm a huge fan because of that, right? It seems like they actually care. And that's huge to me. So again, I don't know if I necessarily have permission to name them by name. I want to respect their privacy, etc. But their comments were extremely awesome and helpful and really framed why they silenced a lot of that thread. And that really does it adds a lot of context that I think I was missing. And I appreciate that. So I should probably follow up in the tweet thread about that too. Again, it's someone I massively respect because they are so transparent. Their transparency about pretty much everything is really cool. Really cool. So yeah, just keep in mind, Vercel mainly muted things according to their comments. I don't know any other internal stuff. I can't speak any further to it. Based upon their comments, they muted a lot of those comments because they didn't want to spam people that decided to contribute, and they locked the thread because it was a lot of just low effort comments on that thread. And more of those low effort comments don't actually move the conversation along. No, so when we're talking about the mute, we're talking about a thread where they just minimize the comments. It's hard to oh my god. Did I just kill my computer? Okay, no. This was just rebooting. I get it. No, it's not a mute as in hey, someone got blocked or something toxic. It was more about they were trying to prevent people from getting spammed with bad notifications. And that makes a lot of sense because if I look at my GitHub notification thread, that shit sucks. Like, there's so much just noise in my GitHub notifications that just are not relevant to me as a dev. Oh, hey, what's the name of it? Dependabot has another thing it cares about. And it's just like the noise. Like, I have 150 repos around that. Where, like, yeah, Dependabot is going to be, like, the biggest noise in my notification thread. And, like, their PRs and all that junk becomes unmanageable, right? And that's just me as one person. Could you imagine if you're operating something at the level of Vercel? Anyone involved in that thread is going to get massively spammed by just one comment, you know? Like 100 plus people spammed because of one comment. So again, I get it. And that makes a lot of sense. I understand why they did what they did. The optics of it are not ideal. Right? Like, oh, hey, you silenced all these things. But the way they described it makes so much sense to me now. And I hadn't considered that when I made my original tweet. So I want to throw that out there. Let's not raise the pitchforks about Vercel. I think the only reason it even got as big as it did is because Luna decided to amplify my statement, which I appreciate Luna for. You're a human! Damn right! Yeah, you're a human. We're all humans here, I think. I might be an alien. But I'm like an alien human. But yeah, no, so again, I feel bad. I had a moment in which I judged a company because I don't treat companies as people, but a person from the company reached out to me. And that made it more like real. So I appreciate them, and I need to consider the people behind a company when I make some of these tweets. That's my fault. So yeah, I really do appreciate... Yeah, I do appreciate that human interaction because it's really easy to consider a company not a person because they're not a person. Fucking Citizens United is a problem. But there are people behind these companies. And I think that's important. Right? Companies are not people, but there are people behind companies. And it's easy to forget about the people behind a company. So yeah, I appreciate someone reaching out about that. That was super cool. So again, it's easy to hate on Vercel. It's a lot harder to hate on the people behind it. Because they're just human beings doing a job, doing the best they can. So I want to do that separation, you know? I want to make sure that is actually called out. And it's hard for me to recognize that separation sometimes when I make a tweet that I think is just a fun tweet. Really like calling out a thing in like a meme kind of way. There are people behind these things too. And I need to be conscious of that. I think the biggest thing is that the people respond, right? The people behind the company respond, and that's like hugely cool. And it makes you remember that there's a person behind it. And that's cool. Yeah, like, no, it was very cool of them to reach out. And again, like, it's kind of their job. Sure, I get that, right? It's their job to make sure that there's a positive perception of their company, etc. But again, a company is faceless. a person behind the company is real. And yeah, it's really easy for me to forget that. I hope you all remember that too in the future. But again, yeah. No one is above reproach as well. I think that's an important bit. Right? Criticism's important. Right? No thing ever is above criticism. So I want to point that out, right? Without criticism, we would never improve. And that goes almost doubly towards companies. So without the criticism, Vercel would not improve. I get that. I'm shouting it out. And the person that reached out, that I think at the bare minimum, they should maintain anonymity unless they want it shouted out. The person that reached out, super cool. I have massive respect for this person because they are extremely transparent about their biases in every blog post I've ever seen by them, you know? I really respect them. There are other things that don't shout out their biases. And that's where I have a major problem. This person is not that. This person is so transparent that, yeah, I feel bad now because it became their job to respond to it. Way outside of business hours. You know. Bill Gates is just so cool. Like, it's not Bill Gates, okay? Come on, man. But yeah, I get it. It's not Bill Gates, all right? Come on, man. Don't get me sued. But no, like, yeah, the person that reached out, I really like them as a creator, as a person in the public eye. They have done every single thing right from everything I've ever seen. Whereas, like, I think we all know there's, like, another majorly public person that I don't want to name because it's toxic, that they still block me on Twitter. Simply because I called out their lack of transparency. I called out their lack of transparency and then they just blocked me on Twitter. Right? But I'm not holding a grudge about that anymore. I think them as a person, they just didn't want to deal with the negativity. And I can totally get that. But again, they still have not made the thing I called them out for right. No. Four Wheel, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. No, the person from Vercel is super cool and awesome. I'm talking about something way in the past. Epic fucking beef from years ago towards a person that I think a lot of people do respect, but some people don't realize that they're not as cool as you think they are. But it's totally unrelated to Vercel. I need to make sure that's it. And it's not Bill Gates, all right? It's not Bill Gates. It's not Bill Gates, all right? We can start a rant about it if we want. But it's not Bill Gates. And it's not the person from Vercel or any person from Vercel, right? The person that I'm shouting out that I think we should really just have a conversation with at some point, and we just haven't had that chance. They still block me on Twitter because they, out of sight, out of mind. They have no reason to unblock me, even though I think everything is water under the bridge at this point. It is what it is. It's fine. Again, no names. None of that BS. But let's go find someone to raid because, yeah. It's 8 o'clock and I want to go play some games with some friends, man. I want to go play some games with some friends, man. Where am I streaming tomorrow? I don't know yet. If I get enough stuff recorded before stream tomorrow, right? I have like 3 or 4 like shorts I want to record. If I can get those recorded, then I'll stream on this channel tomorrow. If I don't get those recorded, we'll be on gaming channel and I'll have to like record some stuff, you know? So we'll see when I wake up tomorrow. It'll basically be like, how late do I stay up tonight? Yeah, I'll be over on gaming channel with the homies here soon. I believe Robotic Head should have everything downloaded as needed here real soon. I'll be over on gaming channel here later tonight. And then tomorrow is basically a coin flip between gaming channel and this channel. The game is downloaded. Nice. All right. If you want to go through the tutorial, etc., go for it. Gone in 60 seconds. Let's go. Damn right, X Factor. I know the fucking meme. All right? Yeah, I love that movie. We see I'm Chrono Cross doing some leak code easies. He's got a camera. He's chilling. He's going to do some like JavaScript, TypeScript, Rust, Go. Yeah, let's do that. How do I feel about... Wait, Happy Gilmore 2 is being announced? I'm a little upset about that, but it could be good. I have no idea. I'm okay with it, right? Like... Just think about it this way. The Thing by John Carpenter is not original. There was a movie before that. But John Carpenter made it real. Right? He made it good. So I will reserve judgment. I do need to go make some food. I want to play some Helldivers with some friends, with Algo Bro, with Acorn, with Robotic Head. 4 people hanging out, spreading democracy. Wink. I'll be the undercover socialist. No big deal. Don't judge me. I like public utilities, okay? Come on, our taxes pay for something. But anyway, we're not going to get political here. Let's go head over to... I'm Chrono Cross, and then I'll be over on gaming. The gaming channel is chill, right? It's Oh my god. Gaming, it's Griffing and chill. Oh, I can't type. Whatever. See you soon.